Be cool, be kind, be classy. The cupcakes are sweet and sexy. Have fun and enjoy the journey. Just have a good attorney. No big whoop, no biggie. She lives near New York City. Not just a YouTube show. When you know, you better grab a straw. Learn about the law. It's cool here in the shade, sipping motions of lemonade. Cool heads will prevail, kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Oh, Melanie Little is going live. Oh no, where is Melanie? Follow the island's melody. There's a concert within reach. No surprise, she's at Jones Beach. She heard some music far away. Captain Jack's at Harbor Bay. He sings and his piano plays. Not all sounds are waterways. Speaking Yiddish and Latin, it's not just for Manhattan. It's for Goethe and Machegas. Ridiculous that insanus. Oy vey, Marcus. Proceed, that's for schmucks. Be cool, be kind, be classy. My cupcakes are sweet and sassy. Not just a YouTube show. When you know. Cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Melanie Little is going live.
Good morning, good afternoon, it's noon. How's everybody doing? Today is Wednesday, November 12th, 2025. Thank you so much for coming to spend some time with me today. How's everybody? I fell into a rabbit hole, so that's what we're going to talk about today. But hold on, because of course I was rushing to get ready because I'm never ready on time, ever. It doesn't matter what time I set it for, I'm never ready. Hold on. And so I didn't really know what the agenda was going to be today, which is why I made a title. That is his song lyric. Let's give him something to talk about. I mean, listen, they want to go around talking about us. Let's give them something to talk about. No, we could not see the Northern Lights last night because it was too foggy here. So I hope you guys did get to see them. Nicole did. We couldn't see them here because it was too foggy, and so they're not available for us to see. Maybe it'll clear up. It's cold here. It's cold here in New York. It was like 30 degrees. Yesterday, the real feel was 16 degrees. I'm not ready for that yet. I'm not ready. I'm just not ready. Are you ready? I'm not ready. I like the warm weather. I was down south, for the parents' weekend, and it was nice, and it was warm, and I don't think I'm really, really ready. Oh, Bob got some great pictures. No, what's going on with the Kate Peter? There's a Kate Peter hearing today? That I did not know. Is it at 2 o'clock? See, I guess I didn't check the spreadsheet today. Welcome, Lynette. Thanks for coming, a new member. I think you're going to like it here. The chat is called the Snark Tank for a reason. And it's a lot of fun. So I just put a new thumbnail up. It's the House of Cards logo. Remember that TV show, The House of Cards with Kevin Spacey, who coincidentally was represented by Alan Jackson? House of Cards with Michael Proctor's picture and the actual font and title card of the Real House of Cards TV show, because what's happening here is like a House of Cards. And there's a lot of things that I just keep thinking about, that I can't help thinking about. All the things that might come up in Proctor's phone. And so last time we were together, we started talking about Justin Root, and so many of you have sent me information. There is a wealth of information to get through, a ton of information. I am in touch with Justin's sister, Jen, and we will be speaking in the near future. And so I want to dig into that case, but I don't want to do it with you on the fly. I want to do all the research first and then come at you come back at you with the actual facts of what may have happened. Well, what did happen to Justin Root was that he was shot 31 times while he was laying on the ground in Brookline, Massachusetts, by something like 4 Boston police officers and 1 Massachusetts state trooper, after they had run him off the road with a pit maneuver and he had crashed his car, and basically they assassinated him and shot him 31 times. And this was back in February of 2020. He was undergoing a mental health episode at the time. Justin Root was very handsome 41-year-old man who had a long history of mental health issues and was actually at his mental health clinic when the precipitating events began. They thought he had a gun, but what it really was a paintball marker that the police had decimated by shooting it with a bullet. And what I found out recently, and the reason that my attention was drawn back to the Justin Root case, is that the Boston police officers who assassinated Justin Root were cleared by an investigation that was conducted by, you can't make this up, Michael Proctor, Yuri Bukhenik, and John Fanning. And that goes back to 2020. Michael Morrissey decided to not bring any charges against the police officers. Justin Root's family did file a civil suit. It went all the way up to appeals, and it was dismissed eventually on qualified immunity grounds. There was also an independent investigation that was done by the Suffolk County DA. They also chose not to press charges against any of the Boston police officers, but we need to get into that case a little bit more, and we want justice for Justin Root as well, because it's horrifying what happened to him. Talk about excessive force. And we're seeing excessive force again, maybe in the Kelsey Fitzsimmons case and so many other cases that we happen to be covering in Massachusetts. And then it turns out, what I learned yesterday from Justin Root's sister is that Michael Proctor, Garino was involved in that case too. Michael Proctor seized the only witness's cell phone who was taking video of the incident. And guess what happened? Guess what happened? Years later, when Justin's family was able to get a hold of the cell phone, presumably in the civil case, there was no video of the incident, just video of sky and trees. And so Garino was involved in that case too. Was Colleen Crawford? John Fanning was. We know John Fanning and Colleen Crawford had a business together, a video editing business together. So much corruption from the same group of cops, says Joe Ellen. And you just can't make it up. So the more I dig into things that Proctor was involved in, the more it becomes very clear to me that what is found in Proctor's phone extraction could blow up a lot of things and a lot of people. And Proctor is just the gift that keeps on giving. And he is going to maybe blow up a lot of people's lives, a lot of colleagues' lives. He may be the root cause of prisoners who have already been convicted getting their convictions overturned on appeal, if reports are true about his bias and his bigotry and his racist comments and homophobic comments to and with other state troopers and colleagues and people who may be witnesses in other cases, or at least in the murder of John O'Keefe. And so, yeah, the Justin Root incident was in 2020, February of 2020. Zabru fan, Bob. And Proctor's the fall guy right now. He's the fall guy. I mean, we do know one thing. Michael Proctor did not murder John O'Keefe. Michael Proctor didn't murder him, but Michael Proctor is the one suffering all the ramifications from the fallout so far, right? He lost his job. He lost his union support. He lost his union appointed attorney, Daniel Moynihan, who was fighting for him to try and get his job back. He lost his dignity, his integrity, his honor. Maybe his family will abandon him. I don't know, but it's got to be horrifically embarrassing. And he's the one holding the bag right now for all of it. And so it got me thinking. I don't know if his wife left him yet, but I'm not going to speculate about that because it's none of my business. And we don't like to, spread rumors and speculate about people's mental health and stuff. Although Justin Root did have mental health issues. That is confirmed by his family. Yeah, I know. I know, SM, I was being facetious. And so it got me thinking. Michael Proctor is the lead investigator in the murder of John O'Keefe, right? He gets the call on the morning of January 29th of 2022, something like 6:48 in the morning, I think. But he never goes to the scene. He never goes to the scene. I mean, if you're a homicide detective and you're investigating what they thought, what was an unintended death at the time, right? An unattended death of a Boston police officer found dead on the lawn of another Boston police officer whose brother is your coworker, and he's the detective at the Canton PD. And you've been working with this guy since you came on the job in 2012, 2013. You've been working with Kevin Albert. You don't even go to 34 Fairview that day at all, allegedly. I think he's lying. And I have some receipts that I'm going to show you, and you can tell me what you think. Why would he lie? Think about that. Why would he lie about going there? Because no good investigator wouldn't go to the scene of this alleged murder on the day that the body is found, right? It's just impossible. You can't tell me that he's that bad of an investigator that he wouldn't go to 34 Fairview that day. Come on. And Yuri Bukhenik too, his supervisor, they wouldn't go there. I don't buy it. I don't buy it. Do you? Do you buy it? And if he's lying, why is he lying? Who is he protecting? Who was he protecting? Is he going to continue to protect them? And Little White Lie says that's why his GPS probably has a kill switch, says Little White Lie. Oh, what a beautiful profile picture you have. Gorgeous. I'm a hat person too. I love hats. He didn't take a company car that day. He didn't take a patrol car that day. Remember? He said that he and Yuri Bukhenik got special permission to take their own personal vehicles because he told us that none of the MSP vehicles have four-wheel drive, and it was snowing. And we learned out too from someone who actually does work there that is also BS. And also, I want to know this from someone in the chat who knows, because I genuinely don't know the answer to this. But we know that when the MSP seized Brian Walsh's cell phone and they did a total extraction from his phone and then returned him his phone within, 16 hours or so, Brian Walsh was accused of and is awaiting trial for the dismembering death of his wife, Anna Walsh. Her body's never been found. We do know that when they did the complete and total extraction of Brian Walsh's phone, not only did they obtain Google searches, emails, photos, voicemails, text messages, but they also got his location data off of Brian Walsh's phone. Now, my question to somebody out there in the chat who may be a forensic expert with regard to cell phone forensics is, will Proctor's location data be available in this total phone extraction that they did? Or is that location data tied to the physical phone? Because remember, Michael Proctor disposed of his phone in February of 2024, right after the TUI dump happened. He got a new phone. He did not retain his old phone. He destroyed it or something, got rid of it. We're not really sure. I don't think anybody ever really asked. So they didn't have the exact physical phone that he was using on January 29th of 2022. But will the location data be in the new phone going back to January 29th of 2022? Stacy Q says yes. And Nurse Jones says yes. And I don't know if that means yes, you want to know the answer, or yes, you want to know. People would think it would be in the extraction. I need an expert to tell me whether it would or wouldn't be. I don't know how long the cell tower location data sticks around for. But what I want to know is, similar to Brian Walsh's phone, and they found out that Brian Walsh went to all the dumpsters, in Swampscott and other places, and then they got video of him dumping garbage bags in. That's how they catch people all the time. Yes, but what I want to know is, do you have to have the exact physical phone that you had on the day of the crime, or will a new phone with the same number do? And so I don't know. But I'm curious. Because if they've got his location data from January 29th of 2022, we're going to find out, or somebody's going to find out, whether or not Michael Proctor did indeed go to 34 Fairview on January 29th of 2022. And wouldn't that just be basic investigative skills? I mean, wouldn't that be something that Encyclopedia Brown would even do? I'm dating myself, but I don't care. Hold on. Yes, Freddie Robinson, you are correct. Higgins destroyed his phone. Brian Albert got rid of his phone. Higgins even got a new phone number. All their communications with Proctor are on Proctor's phone. Uh-oh. Yep. If it was in the cloud, wouldn't the feds have had it? The feds seem to have only turned over text messages related to Michael Proctor, right? I'm not aware of anything else that was used at trial that was turned over by the feds with regard to Michael Proctor. It was only the text messages that were shown at trial. And that's why today, if you would like, we did go back and start watching some of Proctor's cross. But what I kind of want to do today, after I show you some of the receipts that I have, is go back and watch his direct examination by Lally. And I want to watch the court TV feed. I love Trial Channel, love you with all of my heart, but Trial Channel cuts out all the sidebars. And what I want to see, because we know that our girl, Corey Hopkins, is trying to get the sidebars unsealed from Trial 1 and Trial 2. We can look at where these sidebars happened during Proctor's testimony and what we think they argued about at sidebar and why the release of these sidebars is so important. Was Proctor being protected? People love Encyclopedia Brown. I do too. And so if they do have his location data from this total phone extraction going all the way back to 2013, they're going to be able to tell whether or not he went to 34 Fairview on January 29th of 2022. And if he did, and he lied about it, could be a big problem. Right? And so let's start looking at the receipts, because just like so many witness statements morphed into other things, the more times they gave statements, like Jennifer McCabe gave, how many witness statements? I have got those pulled up too for you. Her story kept morphing and changing, and new details came in, and other details were changed, and I hid him. Never really came out until trial, right? But thanks to Michael for sending this to me and for pointing this out to me. And the first thing we're going to look at is Karen Read's arraignment from February 2nd of 2022. This is when she was first arraigned. This is going all the way back to the time, all the way back then, when masks were still required in the courtroom. And I want you to listen very carefully to what Adam Lally says. I'm going to stop it like I always do and talk about it. And if you watch Lally, he's reading off of a paper, okay? He's reading off of a paper. Shout out to WCVB for being one of the only news outlets that streamed this original arraignment. And if you haven't seen it, you're in for an awakening here. Somebody remind me which this was in district court. Which district court was this in? Was it Dedham? I'm going to play it from the beginning. This is the February 2nd. I'm going to put a banner up because so when people come in, you can just tell them to read the banner if they're curious about what we're doing. Okay. It's Stoughton District Court. Thank you. Okay. All right. 2/2/22. Some of you have never seen this. Oh, wow. Okay. Well, it's only about, I don't know, I think it's like it's 23 minutes long. 23 minutes long. Okay. Here's the banner scrolling at the bottom for the latecomers. No shade if you're late. You haven't missed anything really yet, except for my opening monologue. Here we go. What is Lally reading off of? That's something else I want to know.
Homicide by negligent operation of a motor vehicle.
Sort of starts like right.
Homicide by negligent operation of a motor vehicle. One count of leaving the scene of personal injury and death. These offenses taking place January 29th, 2022 in the town of Canton.
Good morning, ma'am. I'm advising you pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter.
I can boost the volume if I need to. Is the volume okay? And the other thing is, there's no closed captions available on this. It's not me. It's WCVB. For some reason, the captions do not come up on this. Okay. Is the volume okay? All right, here we go.
276, Section. Good morning, ma'am. I'm advising you pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 276, Section 58. Should you be charged with a crime or violate a release condition while this case is pending, you could be held in the House of Correction for up to 90 days without bail. Good morning, Mr. Yannetti. Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, ma'am.
All right. Mr. Lally.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, could I just pull the mask?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth is requesting that the court set a cash bail in this matter in the amount of $50,000 with some additional conditions. Those conditions being the bail warnings as just read by Your Honor to the defendant, as well as conditions that she stay away and have no contact with the deceased victim's family.
Okay. Notice. You know, we kind of thought Lally was a schmuck, right? Notice how Lally's only asking for a stay away order. He's not asking for alcohol monitoring. Isn't that interesting? Because Kelsey Fitzsimmons has alcohol monitoring, and alcohol was not even a part of anything involving the alleged crime that Kelsey Fitzsimmons committed, right? He's not asking for alcohol monitoring on Karen Reed. And this is 4 days. They've had 4 full days of investigation. Well, 5 because he was found in the early morning of January 29th. Listen to that again. $50,000 cash bail.
Conditions being the bail warnings is just pull the mask?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth is requesting that the court set a cash bail in this matter in the amount of $50,000 with some additional conditions. Those conditions being the bail warnings as just read by Your Honor to the defendant, as well as conditions that she stay away and have no contact with the deceased victim's family, that she stay away and have no contact with the deceased victim's residence, and that she be prohibited from operating a motor vehicle during the pendency of this case.
Okay, that's all he asked for, Lally. $50,000 cash. Stay away from the house. Stay away from the victim's family. And no driving. He didn't ask for alcohol monitoring. He didn't ask for GPS. He didn't ask for home arrest. Right? And at this point, remember, the charges were, I believe, manslaughter. They were not upgraded to murder until June or July. And he's not asking for any of that stuff. Kelsey Fitzsimmons is charged with assault with a weapon that carries a maximum of 5 years if she's convicted, but because of the guidelines and because of her background, she would be entitled to probation and no jail time. This is Stoughton District Court. Here we go.
In support of that request, Your Honor, the Commonwealth would cite the nature and circumstances of the offense as well as the potential penalty that the defendant faces, particularly with reference to the manslaughter charge and the leaving the scene of personal injury and death, the latter being a bindover. The facts of this case, Your Honor, essentially on Friday, this past Friday into Saturday, January 29th, at approximately 6:04 a.m., the Canton Police Department received a 911 call from a woman reporting a male party subsequently identified as the decedent and victim, Mr. John O'Keefe, who was found in the snow at a residence on Fairview Road.
At a residence on Fairview Road. Doesn't say Boston Police Officer Brian Albert. Doesn't say on the lawn of the home of a Boston police officer whose brother happens to be a detective at Canton PD. Nope, nothing like that.
At the time of the 911 call, there was heavy snow and the temperature was in the teens. Officers Saraf and Mullaney of the Canton Police were dispatched to the scene along with Canton Fire and EMS. Officer Saraf was the first to arrive on scene and observed 3 females waving at him. If you were standing on the roadway looking at the property, the 3 females were in the left corner of that property. Officer Saraf observed the victim lying on the ground as 2 of the females were performing CPR. The 3 females on scene.
He's clearly reading. He's clearly reading. I have to, you know what I'm going to do? He talks so fast. I'm going to slow him down to 0.75 to see if he sounds more normal. Because he does talk really fast and he's reading off of something.
Females were performing CPR. The 3 females on scene were subsequently identified as the defendant before you, Ms. Karen Reed.
Well, now he just sounds drunk. Sorry. No, it is normal for him to be reading, but because of what he says next, I want to know what he's reading and where that document is. Here we go.
Ms. Jennifer McCabe and Ms. Kerry Roberts. Officer Saraf observed the victim to be cold to the touch, no signs of breath, and returned to his cruiser to retrieve his AED device. At this time, Canton Fire and EMS arrived on scene and took over first aid. Paramedics then transported the victim to the Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton, where he was determined to be deceased several hours later. Several detectives from the Canton.
Okay, here, listen up. Listen up.
Police arrived on scene moments after the 911 call. They began to search within the snowbanks for any evidence, at which point they discovered a broken cocktail-style glass and multiple patches of red substance that appeared to be blood in the vicinity. They secured the glass and 6 blood samples from that area as evidence.
In solo cups, the blood was never tested. The blood was never tested, right? Listen to this part.
Troopers from the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, specifically Sergeant Bukhenik and Trooper Proctor, then arrived at the scene, began the process. They also spoke. What?
Trooper Proctor and Bukhenik then arrived at the scene and began to process? Did you hear that? Did you hear that? I'm going to take it again. Play it a little louder for people in the back. This is 4 days after the murder of John O'Keefe, and Adam Lally is telling the court that Michael Proctor and Yuri Bukhenik arrived at the scene and began to process. Listen again. Because we know that the initial police report that was handed over to David Yannetti on this day was later changed to include other photographs of pieces of taillight that had not yet been found on February 2nd of 2022, right? It was not called an amended police report. It was not. This is the original report. Listen again, because there is no way to misconstrue this, This is what Lally is telling the court. Thank you, Michael L., for sending this to me, because you guys don't miss a thing.
And multiple patches of red substance that appeared to be blood in the vicinity. They secured the glass and 6 blood samples from that area as evidence. Troopers from the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, specifically Sergeant Bukhenik and Trooper Proctor, then arrived at the scene and began the process. They also spoke to several witnesses. Michael
Proctor and Yuri Bukhenik arrived at the scene, and they also began to process the scene, right? And they also interviewed several witnesses. What if those interviews of Jennifer McCabe and Matt McCabe and Brian Albert were not done at Jennifer McCabe's house? What if they were done at 34 Fairview? Doesn't that make more sense, actually? Doesn't that make more sense? Because Michael Proctor says in his testimony, we're going to watch it again, that he got the call, I don't know, 6:48. Adam Lally asks him specifically, where were you at 8:22? He said, oh, I was still at home at 8:22. Why 8:22? I have no idea. I hadn't shoveled out yet. He then testifies that he gets to Canton PD around 10 o'clock. And I forget what he says he did there. You know, he got briefed, I guess, by Saraf, Mulaney, and Good and Lank, who were the only two that were allowed into 34 Fairview before the scene was cleared by Canton PD, right? And the scene was cleared by Canton PD at something like 7:58 a.m. We're going to get to the exact times. And then the scene was left completely unsecured until the CERT team arrived after Karen Reed's car was in possession at the Sally Port, right? They might have arrived before the car. I don't remember exactly. We're going to look at the timeline. I think CERT might have arrived before that, but they didn't start finding taillight until Karen Reed's car was in the Sally Port, and the entire scene of 34 Fairview was left unsecured. No crime scene tape, no cruiser sitting there, just, you know, guarding the scene until the CERT team is called to start processing evidence, and they're given a list of things to find like it's a freaking scavenger hunt. Oh, here's what you're looking for. You're looking for some taillight, red and clear pieces, and you're looking for a sneaker. Ready, set, go. And by the way, the CERT team is not, their job is not collecting evidence. It's like searching for missing persons. We know that from when Katie McLean was missing during the Harry Turk trial. That's what the CERT team does. Crime Scene Services is supposed to come and look for evidence and process, but they didn't call them because they would have done they would have done too good of a job. Does it make sense to you that they would go to Jennifer McCabe's house to do interviews of Jen and Matt and Brian Albert, who happened to be there? But I think Jennifer and Matt testified that Brian Albert was in their bedroom while they were being interviewed. Really? You send your brother-in-law up to your master bedroom to sit there? Does anybody believe that? I'm going to play that again. Okay?
Point, they discovered a broken cocktail style glass and multiple patches of red substance that appeared to be blood in the vicinity. They secured the glass and 6 blood samples from that area as evidence. Troopers from the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, specifically Sergeant Bukhenik and Trooper Proctor, then arrived at the scene and began to process.
Arrived at the scene and began to process. You can't tell me that the Sally Port was a scene, okay? The Sally Port was not a scene. Karen's car was not there yet. The Sally Port was not a scene. Canton PD was not a scene. Remember, there was a whole bunch of word salad about there was more than one scene. There was more than one scene. There was a scene at 34 Fairview and a scene at the Canton PD Sally Port. Really? What was the scene at the Canton PD Sally Port? Unless, you know, the Sally Port was the scene of another crime in which taillights were smashed. Taillight pieces were put in a bag and then sprinkled by the taillight fairy all around the lawn of 34 Fairview. Maybe that day and maybe in the weeks thereafter. Because you know who never found a piece of taillight? Anybody who lived at 34 Fairview. I don't think I can play that enough, that sentence. Oh, Garino. Garino said the scene was Canton PD. Letteros by Betterow. Wow. Witnessing the birth of a cover-up, says Gen X 1968. They arrived at the scene and began to process and interview some witnesses. Guess they had to get their timeline straight after this, and everything begins to change. And you'll see when we look at the witness statements of Jennifer McCabe and Matt McCabe that they were not even typed up until weeks later. Yeah, family meeting. Right, exactly. Here we go. Let's let this play out. We'll watch the rest of this arraignment because many of you have not seen it.
They also spoke to several witnesses. Specifically, they spoke to Ms. Jennifer McCabe. She stated that the evening prior, she and some friends were at the Waterfall bar located within the town of Canton. She stated she and her husband arrived there at approximately 9 p.m. At approximately 11 p.m., the victim and the defendant arrived at the Waterfall bar together. She indicated to the troopers that the victim and the defendant had been in a dating relationship for the last 2 years, and that the defendant often stayed at the victim's house most nights, is what she described it as. She observed the defendant walk into the bar holding a glass cup from C.F. McCarthy's, which is a bar located across the streets from the Waterfall, with a clear liquid inside.
A glass cup. Glass cup. Calls it a glass cup. So by February 2nd, 2022, Jennifer McCabe is saying that Karen Reed came with a drink in her glass, a drink in her coat. Hold on.
She observed the defendant walk into the bar holding a glass cup from C.F. McCarthy's, which is a bar located across the streets from the Waterfall, with a clear liquid inside and what she believed to be a vodka soda drink. She observed the victim to be wearing a baseball hat, jeans, and sneakers. The victim and defendant had been at C.F. McCarthy's across the street before coming to the Waterfall bar, as they stated. She stated that the victim and defendant appeared to be in a good mood, did not observe any arguing amongst the two, described the atmosphere within the bar as friendly amongst the patrons. She indicated as the bar began to close.
They were all friendly. Everybody was friendly among the patrons. And this is interesting to me too, now that we look back on this and now that the Waterfall video has been meticulously zoomed in on and slowed down, and we can clearly see what looks like Brian Higgins challenging John O'Keefe to come outside. Let's take this outside. And so now that we know what we know about that Waterfall video, where it clearly looks like there was some sort of challenge or goading or, take this outside, Chris Albert holding Higgins back, right? Even Brian Albert kind of getting in on it. But everyone's real careful to talk about how friendly everyone was at the bar. And there was nobody arguing with anybody, and there were no arguments, and there was no fight. There was no fight. There was no fight. Because if what happened at 34 Fairview turns out to be what a lot of people think happened, yeah, right. Brian Higgins, I think is it Higgins, or I think it's really just Higgins who's motioning him to come outside, meet me outside. Let's take this outside. You come in here. The text message, you come in here. Why is everybody so... It was so important for them to say it was really friendly. It was a friendly atmosphere. Nobody was arguing. Nobody did anything. Nobody did anything. And they're not talking about Karen Reed. Clearly. Because when people try and give too much detail, it's usually because they're trying to cover something up. So let's listen to that again.
And appeared to be in a good mood, did not observe any arguing amongst the two, described the atmosphere within the bar as friendly amongst the patrons.
Friendly amongst the patrons. All the patrons are friendly. All the patrons are friendly. We got to make sure we say that. Nobody was mad at anybody. Higgins didn't challenge John O'Keefe to a duel outside in the parking lot. They doth protest too much.
She indicated as the bar began to close down, everyone was invited back to that residence on Fairview Road. She observed the defendant and the victim leave the Waterfall bar together as the group was exiting.
Everyone was invited back. You know who else was invited back? And according to the original police report or the original witness statements, Julie Albert and Chris Albert both followed back to 34 Fairview. Everyone was invited back.
The victim and the victim back to that residence on Fairview. She indicated as the bar began to close down, everyone was invited back to that residence on Fairview Road. She observed the defendant and the victim leave the Waterfall Bar together. As the group was exiting, the victim texted Ms. McCabe, where to, at 12:14 a.m. She replied with the address on Fairview Road. At 12:18, 4 minutes later, the victim called her to ask where specifically the house was located on Fairview Road. While inside the residence, she observed a black SUV arrive in front of the residence on Fairview Road. She observed this from the front door. She texted the victim at 12:31 a.m., hello, and at 12:40 a.m. texted, pull up behind me. She then observed the black SUV move from the initial place the vehicle stopped on the street near the driveway and then proceeds to the left side of the property. At 12:45 a.m., she texted the victim hello again and then observed the black SUV drive away.
Yeah, all those original text messages. 11:45, hello. We know that Karen Reed was home by what time? She was back in the house at One Meadows at 11, at 12, what did he say, 11:45?
Observed the black SUV move from the initial place the vehicle stopped on the street near the driveway and then proceeds to the left side of the property. At 12:45 a.m.
12:45 a.m. Jen McCabe still sees the car outside, but Karen Reed was home by 12:36. She was home at One Meadows by 12:36 because that's when she connected to the Wi-Fi at 12:36. But you know, time drifts. Time drifts. But Jennifer McCabe is still saying that she's texting John, and she sees the car outside at 12:45. We're not going to stop until there's justice for John O'Keefe. I think we can all agree that we're on the same page here, that despite all the fractions that are happening and the free Karen Reed, community, everyone wants justice for John O'Keefe. And I'm not even going to get into that nonsense because I think it's stupid and ridiculous and it shouldn't be happening. Yes, thank you. I have the bullshit button right here. But we're still here and we're not going to shut up, and we want justice for John O'Keefe. And he wasn't hit by a car, okay? So Karen Reed didn't have anything to do with his death. Somebody else killed him. And why do the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office not seem to give a rat's ass about who did? They're not still investigating. How many people will go free because of Proctor, says KC Cat. Thanks for being here for eight months. All of them. All of them. Depends on what they find in the phone. Shine on your crazy diamond says, what a great month. Oh, thanks to you. You're so unique. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that so much because so many people hate me out there on the cesspool of Twitter. And you know what's so funny is when you bait them and you set a trap, they walk right into it. They walk right into it. It's like reeling in fish. It's fantastic. It's so interesting to watch because they're such complete morons. Absolute morons. Nicole says Santa's bringing Miss Melanie the AML hat. I love you too. I love you more. Thank you. Gigi is here and she gifted 5 memberships. You're awesome, Gigi. Thank you so much for being such an amazing contributor to the channel. And Joellen gifted 5 memberships too. Thanks, you guys. And welcome to the new 10. Everybody was getting along. The patrons were friendly.
And then proceeds to the left from the initial place the vehicle stopped on the street near the driveway and then proceeds to the left side of the property. At 12:45 a.m., she texted the victim hello again and then observed the black SUV drive away. She stated that they discovered the victim in the area where she last observed the SUV on the left side of the property as facing from the street. And at approximately 4:53 a.m., she received a phone call from the defendant looking for the victim. She indicated that the defendant was distraught and drove to her house. The defendant indicated to Ms. McCabe that she last remembered seeing the victim at the Waterfall Bar. Ms. McCabe then informed the defendant that she observed the victim and her leave the bar together. Ms. McCabe then drove the defendant's vehicle from her house Back to the victims, because the defendant was too hysterical to drive and had the other friend, Miss Carrie Roberts, follow them. While
Yeah, they're trying to make Karen look like a crazy, crazy woman, crazy hysterical woman, crazy hysterical. She didn't even remember that they came to 34 Fairview. She's crazy. She's nuts. The gaslighting began very, 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 very early, in my opinion. Very early.
driving to the victim's house, the defendant stated to Miss McCabe, "Could I have hit him? Did I hit him?"
Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? We know she said that because we know Karen said that because she did interviews with, I don't know, Nightline, Dateline, 2020, Frontline, Backline, Vanity Fair. Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? That's not in dispute. But the way that Jennifer McCabe morphs it into I hit him, she needs to really make it stick, right?
Ms. McCabe stated that the defendant told her about a cracked taillight on her vehicle. Once they arrived at the victim's home, the defendant had Ms. McCabe looked at that same cracked taillight.
No, she didn't have her look at the same cracked taillight in the driveway when they returned back to One Meadows. You know why? Because we saw the video. There's ring video of them arriving back to One Meadows. Nobody looked at that taillight. That was a lie. That was a lie. But I guess Jen McCabe didn't realize that there was going to be a ring video of that. That was a lie. And remember, this is 4 days after. So these were the initial interviews. Everything that he's telling us about on February 2nd of 2022 come from the statements that Jennifer McCabe made within those 4 days, leading to the arrest and arraignment and charging of Karen Read for the death of John O'Keefe. Listen to that again. She didn't know there was video. Some of the video disappeared. The video of Karen Read returning home to One Meadows at 12:36, that disappeared. Karen Read did not have access to the ring camera footage. We know that that ring camera footage was looked at because one of the detectives in his report says, I reviewed the video footage from the ring camera at One Meadows, including the video of Karen Read coming back. It disappeared. Who disappeared it? Was it Proctor, doctored, sullied, tullied? It's gone. Who had access to John's phone? Proctor. Carrie Roberts said she picked up John's phone. Did Jennifer McCabe ever touch John's phone? Wasn't Karen Read that deleted that.
Back to the victims, because the defendant was too hysterical to drive and had the other friend, Miss Carrie Roberts, follow them. While driving to the victim's house, the defendant stated to Miss McCabe, "Could I have hit him? Did I hit him?" Ms. McCabe stated that the defendant told her about a cracked taillight on her vehicle. Once they arrived at the victim's home, the defendant had Ms. McCabe looked at that same cracked taillight. Ms. McCabe described the passenger side right rear taillight as cracked. Then
cracked. Miss McCabe described it as cracked. This is February 2nd. I can't repeat myself enough. This was February 2nd, 2022. Miss McCabe described the taillight as cracked.
both entered Miss Roberts' vehicle.
And that's it. Miss McCabe described the taillight as cracked. She didn't say there was a big piece missing. She didn't say it was shattered and there were all kinds of pieces missing. She didn't say that Carrie Roberts said she was afraid someone was going to catch their sweater on it because there was a piece of metal sticking out. Lally is telling the court that Jennifer McCabe was shown the taillight in the driveway when they got back to One Meadows and that it was cracked. And what they did to Karen Read after this and the stories that they made up and the embellishments that were allowed to happen are absolutely horrific. And they can't write a check big enough, in my opinion, to Karen Read for everything that she's lost because of this wrongful persecution and the 2 trials that she had to go through, and her health likely worsened, and the attorney's fees that she paid and still owes, and she had to sell her house and liquidate her 401ks and she lost her job. Hear it again.
Drive and had the other friend, Ms. Carrie Roberts, follow them. While driving to the victim's house, the defendant stated to Ms. McCabe, "Could I have hit him? Did I hit him?" Ms. McCabe stated that the defendant told her about a cracked taillight on her vehicle. Once they arrived at the victim's home, the defendant had Ms. McCabe looked at that same cracked taillight. Ms. McCabe described the passenger side right rear taillight as cracked. They then both entered Ms. Roberts' vehicle to look for the victim, with the defendant seated in the back as Ms. Roberts drove and Ms. McCabe was seated in the front passenger seat. Ms. McCabe stated that they turned onto Fairview Road from Chapman Street. At the time, it was snowing heavily, creating poor visibility. Ms. McCabe stated that just prior to the residence on Fairview Road, there was a cluster of trees, and immediately the defendant stated that she saw the victim. Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts were not able to see the victim and were initially confused by the defendant's statement.
They were initially confused. Why would Jennifer McCabe be confused if that was the last place she saw Karen Reed's car at 12:45? Why would she be confused? That was the last place she saw the car. They're saying that they're confused because they want to make Karen look like she knew exactly where the body was because she's the one who killed him. Gaslighting at its finest. Mass-lighting, it's become known as. David Yannetti is in the room. Someone saying, why is there not a lawyer next to Karen during this time? It was like COVID times. It was like, look, they got the plexiglass up. Oh, don't write that word in the chat. Sorry, I'm not supposed to say it. YouTube hates it. Everyone's got a mask on, social distancing and whatever bullshit that was all about. And David Yannetti is there. He's right now, he's her only attorney, okay? Because this is 4 days later. He's going to speak too.
McCabe stated that they were initially confused by the defendant's statement. Ms. McCabe stated that Ms. Roberts began wiping snow off of the victim as the defendant laid on top of him for warmth and then began CPR. The troopers then proceeded to the Good Samaritan Hospital to view the victim. They observed approximately 6 bloodied.
Okay, so then the troopers, Bukhenik and Proctor, after they went to the scene to process and interview the witnesses, right, which is what he said earlier, now Trooper and Bukhenik go to Good Samaritan to view the body. Okay, here we go.
On top of him for warmth and then began CPR. The troopers then proceeded to the Good Samaritan Hospital to view the victim. They observed approximately 6 bloodied lacerations varying in length on his right arm, the cuts extending from his forearm to his bicep. Both of the victim's eyes were swollen shut and black and blue. They observed a cut to the right eyelid area of the victim. Observed his clothing to be blue jeans, an orange t-shirt, a long sleeve shirt, and boxer shorts that were saturated with blood and vomit. They observed
boxer shorts. The boxer shorts were saturated in blood and vomit. You know what causes you to vomit? A massive head injury. But you know what they didn't see, the troopers at the hospital being such great investigators, they didn't see the giant gash to the back of John O'Keefe's head. Sounds like a beating to me. Maybe a dog got involved, but what do I know? There's no injuries below the waist. Wear the socks. I've been talking about the socks forever. I've been talking about the socks forever. You know why I've been talking about the socks? Because we know that John O'Keefe had a shoeless house. He did not let people wear shoes in his house. We know that because Jennifer McCabe and Carrie Roberts thought it was horrific that when they went back to One Meadows, that made a lot of sense too, right? Karen had just left One Meadows. That made a lot of sense to go back there to see if maybe Karen missed John O'Keefe being there, sleeping on the couch or something. They were horrified because Karen did not take her shoes off when they went back in the house. So John O'Keefe kept a shoeless house. And so therefore, we were supposed to connect the dots, or the jury was that, therefore, because Karen Reed did not take off her shoes and she knew that John O'Keefe made it a rule that everyone had to take their shoes off, she knew he wasn't coming back because she killed him. She didn't care if she wore her shoes in that house. Well, I submit to you, and I've submitted this, and I've been screaming this into my microphone for years now. If John O'Keefe kept a shoeless house, don't you think that when he went into 34 Fairview, he would have taken his shoes off as a courtesy? Because people who have shoeless houses would probably take their shoes off in other people's houses as a courtesy, especially when it was snowing and shoes were muddy. And especially since Coco said Yes, they're inside of our foyer, inside the main door, the center door in the center of the house, not the one near the garage, the other one. There's a little bench where you can take off your shoes. And Coco loved to clean. Didn't she love to clean? And so she, I'm sure, would have made everybody take their shoes off that night. Nobody was ever asked. Nobody was ever asked if they had a shoeless house. And I was screaming that too. I was like, ask if they have a shoeless house, please. John O'Keefe would have taken his shoes off. He would have left them inside the front door. And being that Chloe was a member of the house, a German Shepherd who was, I don't know how old, 7, 8, 9. John O'Keefe's socks would have had dog hair on them, in my opinion. But even though we see the socks on his feet in the hospital, while he's in the hospital bed, the socks were never collected and brought into evidence. And in fact, the autopsy report says he has one sock on. We've seen photos of him with 2 socks on. They look like they could be upside down. We also know John O'Keefe was a little bit meticulous. And he wouldn't wear his socks upside down. In my opinion, the socks would have had dog hair on them. They were never collected. They were never logged into evidence. And so we will never know. Do you think he would have taken his shoes off if he had a shoeless house? If any of you do have a shoeless house, put a 1 in the chat if you don't let people wear shoes in your house. And also let me know if you have a shoeless house, if you take off your shoes when you go into other people's houses, because that's just what you do, right?
One black Nike sneaker with a white Nike logo on the side, blood and vomit, orange t-shirt along.
Wow. Look at how many 1s are in the chat. A lot of you guys keep shoeless homes. I love that for you because shoes are dirty. They bring in a lot of germs and dirt, right? And so for the millions of you that are putting 1s in the chat, not millions, because there's over 5,000 of you here, but there's a lot of you who keep a shoeless home. And if you do keep a shoeless home and you would take off your shoes in someone else's house, just put a yes in the chat. Just write yes. Yes, I would take off my shoes, especially if it was snowing. And so when John O'Keefe went in the house, if he took off his shoes, okay, if he went in the house and if he took off his shoes and if his socks would have had dog hair on them, and then if something happened in the house and then he was put outside on the lawn, and if Chloe might have gotten a hold of one of those sneakers, wouldn't that explain why only one shoe was on and the other shoe was off? And maybe they had to find a replacement shoe for the other shoe, and that's the hill that Will DeGlarer is going to die on, is that the sole was white and then the other sole was black, and then they had to find a replacement shoe? I don't know. But imagine if all these things that we've been speculating about turn out to be true. And imagine if all the proof is in Proctor's phone right now, how many people are very, very scared? And they should be.
Sleeve shirt, observed his clothing to be blue jeans, an orange t-shirt, a long sleeve shirt, and boxer shorts that were saturated with blood and vomit. They observed one black Nike sneaker with a white Nike logo on the sides belonging to the victim. On the 31st, the troopers attended the autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe at the Office of the Chief Medical.
Well, that's interesting. On the 31st, the troopers attended the autopsy. The only troopers he's mentioned so far are Bukhenik and Proctor, right? But we know that it wasn't Bukhenik and Proctor who attended the autopsy. It was Connor Keefe and a guy named Watson, who's never been heard from again. Because there's a picture of them, oddly enough, in the autopsy room. Who took that picture? Where did that picture come from? And out of all the things they could have taken pictures of with regard to the investigation into the murder of John O'Keefe, that is one of the very few pictures that turns up is a picture of Connor Keefe and Watson at the autopsy. Anybody else find that a little bit strange? Go on with your bad stuff, Lally. Tell us everything. Lally's telling us everything, and we in hindsight's always 2020, right?
White Nike logo on the sides belonging to the victim. On the 31st, the troopers attended the autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. The doctor performed the autopsy. Dr. Scorti below advised of several abrasions to the right forearm, 2 swollen black eyes, a small cut above the right eye, a cut to the left side of his nose, approximately 2-inch laceration to the back of his head, multiple skull fractures that resulted in bleeding, and further advised that the victim's pancreas was a dark red color, indicating that hypothermia was a contributing factor to his death.
Multiple skull fractures. Multiple skull fractures. From falling onto the rock hard ground. There were multiple skull fractures. Remember where they were? I do. Back of the head, sides of the head, and the front of the head. More than one impact, my friends. With a fist, maybe, to the front of the head and the sides of the head, the temples. And then, you know, maybe he fell backwards and that's what caused the huge laceration on the back of his head and the additional skull fractures. A massive head injury will cause a person to vomit. But if you're laying on the ground when you have that massive head injury and you vomit and you're on the ground, you'll either choke on your vomit or it's not going to wind up on your boxers, right? In order for it to wind up on your boxers, you'd have to be maybe sitting up, propped against the wall and looking down. Moving on.
On January 29th, the troopers conducted several other interviews, including Ms. Roberts. During the course of Ms. Roberts' interview, she indicated that she was initially contacted by the defendant, Ms. Reed, at 5 a.m., that she answered the phone to hear the defendant state, "John's dead. Carrie, I wonder if he's dead. It's snowing. He got hit by a plow."
Wow, that's so interesting too. First of all, she's telling them everything. Remember? Carrie Roberts and Jennifer McCabe say that she was interviewed at Jennifer McCabe's house while Jennifer McCabe was in the other room, and she could hear the interview. And they in the group text message amongst the friends and fam, it said she's telling them everything. She's telling them everything. We've also heard many times the phone call that Carrie Roberts made to Canton PD and the conversation that she had with, guess who? Sergeant Sean Good, who has now been suspended with pay, which is the first step in what could be a long procedure or a long procedure in getting him, I don't know, terminated, suspended without pay, and then terminated or face some sort of ramifications for whatever behavior Sean Good was involved in that was found in Proctor's phone. We heard that conversation between Carrie Roberts and Sean Good, and Carrie Roberts doesn't say, my Karen called me and said, John's dead. John's dead. He got hit by a plow. That's not the conversation they have at all. So do you believe that that's what Karen really said to Carrie Roberts? Because if that's what she said, why wouldn't she have conveyed that with a little more urgency to the Canton PD? Doesn't make sense, does it? No, it just doesn't. Say that again.
Defendant, Ms. Roberts' interview, she indicated that she was initially contacted by the defendant, Ms. Reed, at 5 a.m., that she answered the phone to hear the defendant state, "John's dead. Carrie, I wonder if he's dead. It's snowing. He got hit by a plow." The troopers also on the 29th proceeded to the defendant's parents' home in Dighton, Massachusetts, where they located the involved vehicle, which is a 2021 black Lexus SUV. That vehicle was ultimately seized and taken back to the Canton Police Department, where it was processed by various factions of the state police.
Various factions of the state police. Yeah, they went there. They took her car. Proctor's such a good investigator. He was the lead investigator. In fact, Yuri Bukhenik was his supervisor, if you believe what he says now, right? And they're such good investigators that Jennifer McCabe told them that the taillight was cracked. You heard Lally just say that. It was cracked. Because she says she looked at it in the driveway, which we now know is a lie. They were such good investigators that they didn't even snap a picture of that taillight when they got to Dighton. Do you believe it? What if there are photos on Proctor's phone of the taillight showing it cracked and not completely shattered with pieces missing? What if there are? Wow. When I said before, you can't write a check big enough, could bankrupt the entire state of Massachusetts, the amount of damages awarded to Karen by a civil jury in a civil action with regard to the violation of her civil rights if it can be proven that the evidence was planted, doctored, proctored, sullied, tullied. Such a great investigator. And Bukhenik too. He wants you to think he's a king among men. English is his third language after all. And he too is an amazing investigator. Why wouldn't they have taken a picture of the taillight showing it was cracked? There's something else I want to tell you about this incident in Dighton too. Some more receipts that I dug up. So just wait for that. I got to write it down to remind myself.
Their observations of that black SUV indicated a crack in the right rear taillight.
A crack in the right rear. Wait a second. He just told us that Trooper Bukhenik, or Sergeant Bukhenik, and former dishonorably discharged Trooper Michael Proctor saw a crack in the taillight. There's got to be a picture. There's got to be a picture. Lally's telling us they saw a crack. They didn't say that it was demolished, that it was shattered, that there were pieces missing. Hold on. Hold on. Look at Karen's face. Poor Karen. Don't worry, Karen. We got you. We got you. We're armchair detectives, and we're putting all the pieces together, and we are going back in hindsight. It's 2020, and F them. F all of them. If they thought they were going to get away with this, and you know who else? You know who else is on the case? LIndsey Gaetani. LIndsey Gaetani is telling us everything. She's got screenshots from the family Discord groups. She's got voicemails proving that Aidan Kearney was set up by Mello. And we're going to look at all that stuff too today. So settle in, because it's going to be a long day. Get your popcorn, get your hydration, because you're going to need it. Because we ain't got no quit. This case was just cracked wide open. Listen again. I bet you anything there's a picture.
Home in Dighton, Massachusetts, where they located the involved vehicle, which is a 2021 black Lexus SUV. That vehicle was ultimately seized and taken back to the Canton Police Department, where it was processed by various factions of the state police. Their observations of that black SUV indicated a crack in the right rear taillight.
Crack.
They did speak with the defendant. She indicated that she had met with the victim at the C.F. McCarthy's bar in Canton at approximately 9 p.m. on the 29th, that he was there with several friends prior to arrival. She stated the victim was consuming beer and she was drinking vodka sodas. She described the glassware she was drinking out of as a vase style. She stated she and the victim left C.F. McCarthy's and went to the waterfall. That she did not, she indicated to the troopers that she did not leave C.F. McCarthy's or enter the waterfall bar with a glass or drink. She stated that she and the victim were at the waterfall for approximately 1 hour. During that time, there were no altercations and no injuries, no cuts or abrasions that occurred with the victim. She indicated that they left the waterfall and were invited to the house on Fairview Road. She stated that she dropped the victim at the house on Fairview and went home since she was having stomach issues at the previous bar. She stated that she was
having stomach issues at the previous bar. She has Crohn's. She's had many surgeries on her colon. I forget how many. I'm trying to paint her as a drunk.
Home since she was having stomach issues at the previous bar. She stated that she dropped the victim off. She made a three-point turn in the street and left. Did not see the victim enter the house. She indicated that she...
Well, I mean, she did a three-point turn. This is going to come up later when we look at Matt McCabe's statement, because he says that he saw like tracks in the snow on the street that indicated three-point turn.
First observed the broken taillight in the morning. The victim entered the house. The victim off. She made a three-point turn in the street and left. Did not see the victim enter the house. She indicated that she first observed the broken taillight in the morning and did not know how she broke it the previous evening. She indicated
It wasn't broken the previous evening. It was broken in the morning when she hit John O'Keefe's car in the driveway. Yep. Friendly Farm Girl says they made up so many lies so she couldn't defend them all. Right. Because here's the thing. If Michael Proctor took Jennifer McCabe's statement, Matt McCabe's statement, and there were things in there that were not true, that Jennifer McCabe did not say, then how can any of Michael Proctor's written witness statements be taken as true?
That she discovered the victim in the morning. She observed him lying face up, snow on his legs, eyes swollen and blood coming from his nose and mouth, and that she provided mouth-to-mouth upon her arrival. Further indicated that throughout the night she'd been calling and texting the victim numerous times with no response. Officers also interviewed several first responders, including a firefighter paramedic from the town of Canton, indicated that she arrived on scene, observed the victim's condition, went to speak to the defendant in regard to any sort of prior medical issues or causality of the injuries that she observed to his face, to which the defendant then made several statements to her, indicating, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him."
I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. She said that to who?
In regard to any sort of prior medical issues. Officers also interviewed several first responders, including a firefighter paramedic from the town of Canton, indicated that she arrived on scene, observed the...
Okay, so this is Katie McLaughlin. This is Katie McLaughlin. I don't know who these people are that they're zooming on. It's hard to tell with the masks on, but you can do your little I Spy and see who you're spying in the courtroom right away on February 2nd of 2022. So this is he's talking about Katie McLaughlin now, who went to high school with a girl named Caitlin Albert.
Victim's condition, went to speak to the defendant in regard to any sort of prior medical issues or causality of the injuries that she observed to his face, to which the defendant then made several statements to her, indicating, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him." As I mentioned, the black Lexus SUV was seized. There were fragments of broken glass that were observed on the rear bump of the vehicle. The rear right passenger side taillight was shattered, pieces missing from the red.
Well, now it's shattered. So now it's shattered. But initially, Proctor said he saw it and it was cracked. And Jennifer McCabe said it was cracked. And now it's shattered. See how the story is morphing even during this one little monologue. Sure, after they got it in their custody, then it was shattered. But initially, it was just cracked. So what happened to it in between, right? What happened in between? Something. Can't wait till those photos of Proctor's phone come out. Taking this back a little tiny bit. It went from cracked to broken and shattered in this one statement. That's right, Kelly.
As I mentioned, the black Lexus SUV was seized. There were fragments of broken glass that were observed on the rear bump of the vehicle.
Right. The fragments of glass on the rear bumper of the vehicle, remind me, matched what? Nothing. They matched nothing. The fragments of glass on the bumper of the vehicle did not match the cocktail glass. Am I right about that? Am I right? Am I right? Is Lally a fall guy too? Was Lally just fed all of this bullshit to just spew out in court to let the public think that, oh, well, there was glass on the bumper. John O'Keefe, there was a cocktail glass next to his body, so therefore she must have hit him, and that's how the glass got on the bumper. The glass matched nothing. They matched the Proctor glass, right? Proctor, I think, found some other glass in the street, and it matched that glass, but only the Proctor glass matched each other, right? The bumper glass and the other glass, but it did not match the glass that was found on the lawn next to John O'Keefe. No, it didn't. I mean, because really, who would believe that it would stay on the bumper in a blizzard from Canton back to Dighton, and then being towed in an open tow truck in a blizzard from Dighton all the way back to the Canton Sallyport? Would the glass hang on? Was it the little glass that didn't match anything? But the fix was in. The fix was in right away.
The rear right passenger side taillight was shattered, pieces missing from the red and clear areas. On the right side of the rear tailgate, a deep scratch and minor dent was observed. On the right side of the rear bumper, above a small red light, 2 scratches were observed in one area where the paint was chipped off. Troopers...
It wasn't shattered until it got back to the Sallyport. That's when, after they had it in their possession, that's when it became shattered, because everything else he told us about, all the way up to getting to Dighton, he says Michael Proctor saw the car in the driveway and he noticed that the taillight was cracked. He did not say it was shattered.
From the collision analysis and reconstruction section of the state police performed several tests on the vehicle, including a rapid acceleration forward and reverse, noting that there was no deficiencies with the braking system. They also implemented the use of a training figure resembling a human approximately 6 feet in height that was placed behind this Lexus.
Was that Rescue Randy? Or did Rescue Randy come from Welcher? The brakes were working fine.
It was operated by members of the CARS unit and documented with video. The vehicle was placed in reverse and started to travel towards said training figure. The rear view camera on the vehicle was operating properly, providing a 180-degree visual. And as the Lexus traveled closer to the figure, both auditory and visual cues began to sound off within the vehicle, indicating an obstruction to the rear.
Right, which is why she didn't hit him.
On the 29th, the Massachusetts Special Emergency Response Team, or CERT, was activated to assist in searching for potential evidence outside of the residence. Standing on the street, looking to the left of the property, there was a fire hydrant located there. In that area, they located a black Nike sneaker with the white Nike logo along the side, matching that found on the victim's body.
Did it though?
In the area of the street where the victim was recovered. In addition, in that same area, they located 2 red plastic pieces of a taillight consistent with the missing pieces from Miss Reed's black Lexus SUV, as well as 1 piece of a clear plastic piece of a taillight located in the same area, also consistent with the broken taillight on the Lexus SUV.
Well, I mean, how did you know that? How did you know that? Because there was like 47 pieces of taillight altogether, and they only found 3. They only found 3. 2 of them were bright red. And the Canton PD is so incompetent that they couldn't see them in like 2 inches of snow, in which they would have been on top of the snow in daylight. But your CERT team, after they were given their scavenger hunt list of what to find, was able to find them in the dark. And strangely enough, there's no log of who was on scene. I don't know. Police officers that I know tell me that there's like on a crime scene, there's supposed to be a log of people that are on the scene. Like they sign in when they come in, what time. Somebody's supposed to keep track of that, what time they come on, what time they leave. But, you know, there's like 5 randos on the scene that nobody seems to know who they are. And somebody assumed that they could be other cops, but they weren't really sure. Yeah, like 5 men or 3 men or something like that. Kind of like that man that came in the house that Higgins saw. A tall, dark-haired man that just seems to have been forgotten. Yeah, Rescue Randy was from Arca. I know, I was just making a joke. How could they be consistent with the taillight if there were so many pieces of the taillight missing and you only found 3 of them? Do that again.
Black Lexus SUV taillight. In that same area, they located 2 red plastic pieces of a taillight consistent with the missing pieces from Miss Reed's black Lexus SUV, as well as 1 piece of a clear plastic piece of a taillight located in the same area, also consistent with the broken taillight on the Lexus SUV. Your Honor, with the nature and circumstances of those facts, as well as the potential penalty the defendant faces on these charges, the Commonwealth is requesting that the court set a $50,000 cash bail with the conditions as outlined previously.
Thank you, Mr. Lally.
Thank you.
Mr. Yannetti, and if you would, go right to the mic.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, before we get to the Mr. Yannetti part, does anybody know who the judge is? I mean, I could look it up, but if you guys know who the judge was sitting in Stoughton District Court that day, thank you, Wild Lilac, for your cash app. Thank you so much. That's for your hard work. Crack this case wide open. We're cracking it wide open because we're not going to shut up about it until the real murderer / murderers of John O'Keefe is found and brought to justice. Let's go to some super chats for a minute before we get to Mr. Yannetti, who actually was voted on Billy Bush's show to be like the sexiest man of the year. And then he went on Billy Bush's show. Did you guys watch that? It was while I was away. I watched it. I was so happy. I was like, yes, King David, sexiest man of the year. You guys voted him in. I don't even know if he was one of the choices, but you voted him in. And he came on the show. And he was like in the basement of the courthouse in between some filing cabinets. And if you haven't watched that Billy Bush show, I'll link it below and you can go watch it. Aqua E says, you should watch the Devin Michaels trial in Vegas. Thanks. I haven't started that. Is it happening now? I think it's happening now. Can't do it all, girl. I can't do it all. But thanks for your being here for 15 months. And Gigi says, why was that not presented to a grand jury? Not that it would make a difference, but that should be protocol. I'm not sure what you're asking about, but we haven't seen the grand jury transcripts. But we do know, because I did go over in the pretrial list of all of the pretrial motions that we did go over. There was a motion to dismiss the case before the first trial due to improper things shown to the grand jury. So there was a bunch of stuff that we did learn about that was shown to the grand jury. And there were some people that testified in front of the grand jury, and the bar. The grand jury is very, 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 very low. It's very low. They say a good prosecutor can have a grand jury indict a ham sandwich. And so thank you, Gigi, for your 5. And Munj is back. Can't we all just get along? Thanks for your 5. Says, why are we not hearing more about Tully, whose hands are on everything? I want to know that too. He's everywhere. Tully is everywhere. Tully's everywhere. It'll happen. It'll happen. Finally found out why I couldn't send super chats. I need to switch accounts. Okay, awesome. Good. I'm glad you're back. Thanks for your 5. Tony says, we don't know if the feds got the text from extracting Proctor's phone or through a subpoena from his cell company. He only found out they had his text during the grand jury. So I think it's the latter. Yeah, they didn't have his physical phone. My indication is they got it from his cell phone carrier, and they don't need a subpoena. They just basically do whatever they want. They're the feds. They can get anything. Thanks, Tony. Yeah, but he did not turn over his physical phone to the feds. That I believe we do know. Amanj says, I can't believe how calm Karen was knowing she didn't kill John. He's absolutely reading. Yeah, he's reading from something. The initial police report, I think. And then Amanj comes in with another 5 and says, I can't believe how calm Karen was. Oh, hold on. While going through this, knowing she didn't kill John, he's definitely reading, and it's all BS. Thank you. And then she also says, can you help with my membership? I've been a member 11 months, but on my other account, but that account isn't letting me send super chats. I have no idea how that works. I have no idea how that works. Send me, you have to find my email below the show, in the show notes below. Send me the link to your channel. I need the link to your channel if for some reason you're hidden by YouTube. And sometimes YouTube does that if they don't like the words that you're saying, but I need the link to your channel. Even if you don't think you have one, you actually do. Nicole says, time to watch the Microdots recreation at Fairview again. Yeah, we'll do that one of these days. Probably not today, but you should do that. Thanks, Nicole. Ann says, was there another Blizzard party with other cops besides the McAlbert's party? I don't know. If there was information, may have been shared there who had the party. Yeah, I don't know that. I do not know, Ann, but somebody in the chat might be able to tag you if they really know the real true answer. But we don't like to spread rumors or gossip. Paul Ward says, will Lally be back on the stand again regarding the King case? I hope so. But it seems like Krupp just pulled the plug on that. And that was an evidentiary hearing on the Miles King motion to dismiss that has not yet been concluded. It does seem so long ago. Thank you for your 5. The answer is, I don't know. Because how's he going to rule on the motion to dismiss until he has more testimony from Lally, and Proctor was supposed to testify that day too, about why these search warrants were not turned over in Miles King's case for like 6 years. Greg says they thought this was such a blame the girlfriend slam dunk. Thank God for Turtle Boy. Yeah, Greg, you're right. Thanks for tuning in from Australia. And also, you know, if she takes the plea, it'll all be over. If not, it's going to be a whole episode. Well, it's not going to be a whole episode. It's going to be like a whole season. It needs to be a miniseries or like a full-on, like Law and Order SVU 26 episode season, because that's how long the story is going to take to tell. Thank you, Lucy, for gifting a membership. And thank you, Joe Mar, for gifting a membership. Strange Credulity says, keep Chubarino away from that phone. Thanks for the deuce. And Gigi says, vomit got on John's underwear when they drug him to the front yard by his pants, in my opinion. Thank you. And Liverbird, thank you for your super sticker. Stinkerbell says, wasn't there a discrepancy with MSP saying abrasions? Lally just said lacerations. He did. He did. But I think that the medical examiner referred to them as abrasions. But remember also, by this time, I don't think that the autopsy report was back yet. So he may just be referring to notes that came from Proctor. And remember, Proctor said he had no notes. So this is all going to be interesting too. If there were actually notes from Proctor, because some recent emails have surfaced through Corey Hopkins' FOIA requests, where Tully is telling everybody if you have any notes, you better get them on my desk, like right away. He's telling Proctor Bukhenik and other MSP guys that were involved in this investigation. So if those notes pop up, well, add another 0 to the check for Karen Reed is all. Thank you, Stinkerbell. Allison, nice to catch you live. Nice to have you here for 16 months. Robin says, now that we know about the root cover-up, it's absolutely a cover-up on all cops. Cops protecting other cops. Thanks, Robin. Toasty Bun says it was processed all right by a bunch of criminals. Thank you, Toasty Buns, for your 10 and your opinion. And also, remember, they also covered for Matthew Farwell, who's now sitting in Club Fed awaiting trial for the murder of not only Sandra Birchmore, but of her unborn 8 to 10-week-old son. They covered for him too. Fanning cleared him. Pro Gamer, been here for 18 months. Hi. Says, I'm just wondering if Lally has kids, wife. I don't know. I don't know, but I don't want to. I don't want anybody to go after him or his wife or his kids, because we don't do that here. That's what they do. That's what they do to expert witnesses like Dr. Crash Daddy Wolf. Remember what they did to his wife? Right. Megan says, how about the cops protect the dead cop? Disgusting. Yeah, I agree. Friend of the dog gifted 10 memberships. Oh, thank you so much. That is really so very kind and sweet of you. And Charissa gifted 5. You guys are so awesome. You're very good gifters. You're very, very good gifters. I bet all your kids get great holiday gifts. Desiderata says, late arrival on replay. My lips are fabulous today. Oh, this is the Wonder Skin lip tint. I'll put it in there. I forget what color it is. Thank you, though. Love you with all my heart, too. And thanks for tuning in from Canada and for changing your screen name to my favorite poem that we read one day. And just stopped to say happy anniversary. Oh, hi. Crushing Capacity is here. He's an 18-wheeler. And he stopped by to say happy anniversary to us. 15 months we've been together. Thank you. Thank you. Are you getting me a gift? No, your presence is my gift. Please drive safely. There's a lot of weather and it's very cold out. I don't know where you're driving today, but we love having you here. And BB says, I wonder how many of them now realize we shouldn't have pinned it on the girl. Too late, MFs. It's not going to be an episode, Matt. It's going to be a parting of the Canton Sea. Well done, Aunt BB. I'm so mad. Thanks, Mel. We love you. I love you more. Thank you, Aunt BB. 320. And Gigi says, I still can't get over Colin skating on his knuckles. Oh, I mean, breaking his fall with his knuckles. I think he might have fractured his wrist if he broke his fall with his knuckles. Most kids, I have a lot of kids and everyone's broken a wrist. Not everyone, but usually when kids fall or anybody falls, you break your hand like this. You break your fall like this with your hands like this. And that's why you break your wrist. He says he had a beer in his hand or a beverage in one hand. And so he didn't want to spill his beverage. And then he slipped and scraped his knuckles on the driveway that he slid down at the house party. I know. Nobody believes it. Maybe it's true. I don't know. I wasn't there. Maybe there's ring camera footage of it. Oh, that's right. They don't preserve those kinds of things. Thank you, Susan C., for gifting 5 memberships. You're awesome. A lot of new members today. Enjoy those special emojis while we still have them, like the solo cup, the puffy jacket. Thank you, Lauren D. Designs, for becoming a member. And Irish Meemaw says, those of importance like you, your children love you. The haters got to hate. No, listen. And somebody wrote me a really nice email, too. She said, listen, I think she's going to get her master's in fine arts, and she's a sculptor. And I think she said that I said something the other day that really resonated with her as an artist. And that is that if you are able to evoke emotion in people by what you're saying or the art that you're creating, then you're really making a difference. And that's really what it's all about, is evoking emotion. So listen, if I evoke hate in certain people, that means that I'm doing something right? Because if you didn't care about what I had to say and you didn't think that I was credible or a reliable source of information, then you would just be apathetic, right? You wouldn't have such hatred. And so there's that. If you can evoke emotion in people, it's because what you're saying evokes emotion and makes sense, right? And Sandy says, I appreciate your passion for justice for John. Thank you. Thank you. We ain't got no quit. Oh, Jolie says, some people only hate you because of the way other people love you. Maybe that's it. I don't know. Thank you, but I'll allow it. They don't like that a lot of people are outraged, right? And that a lot of people are not going to shut up and are not going to quit. And that includes all of you, all 5,867 of you that are watching right now. Some of you are hate watchers, and that's okay. I'm getting the view count anyway, so thank you for that. But it's because you're still mad about this. You're still mad. We're not done. Let's go. It's Yannetti's turn to talk. This is from February 2nd of 2022. Karen Reed's initial arraignment.
Good morning again, Your Honor. David Yannetti for Karen Reed. Judge, my client is 41 years old with no criminal record. My client grew up in Taunton, Massachusetts. She's a graduate of Coyle Cassidy High School in 1998. And when it came time to go to college, she stayed in Massachusetts and went to Bentley College. She graduated with a Bachelor of Science in Finance in 2003. And since then has worked in the financial sector. And in fact, she's been at a very large, well-known financial company since 2007, where she's currently an equity analyst. In addition, she's an adjunct professor at a Massachusetts university as well, and she's been there since 2008. In addition, Judge, my client suffers from a host of medical issues. From the time that she was 25, she's had multiple serious illnesses diagnosed, beginning in 2005 with colitis, which ultimately led to her colon being completely removed in 2009. She's been in pain.
Her colon was completely removed in 2009. Remember, this is February 2nd of 2022. You can correct me if I'm wrong, because I conflate a lot of things in my head, and there's so much information in there that sometimes I can't keep it all straight. But the text messages that were discovered between Proctor or Chip and all of his buddies from elementary school, in which he was saying leaks poo and other things like that, talking about her medical conditions involving her colon, wasn't that chain of messages from the evening of January 29th of 2022, or was it sometime after this date? Only tell me if you absolutely know. I think it was that evening. I think it was within 16 hours, because they were talking about, you know, isn't the homeowner going to catch some shit? No, because he's a Boston cop too. Is she hot? Yeah, she's got a weird Fall River accent. Leaks poo. That evening. It was that evening. It was that evening. So he can't claim, well, this was all public information because Lally said it in open court about her medical conditions on February 2nd. How did he know? How did Proctor know about her medical conditions? Did anybody text him information on that? He wasn't privy to her medical records when he went to the hospital, because, you know, they did try and section her. She was let out that day. He wasn't able to get a hold of her medical records, where it may have been in her history if she had ever been there before, or if she told any nurses or doctors or intake about her medical conditions. How did he know? Who told him? Who told him that? That's a real specific thing to know right away, isn't it? About a suspect. Leaks poo. How? Who told him? Maybe it's in the text messages, or the emails, or the screenshots, or the photos, or the voice memos. And why? Right. And why would they tell him that? How did he know? He didn't have her phone yet. Oh, he did have her phone, actually. But how would he know that from her phone? And remember, he did say he watched her put her password in. But if you listen to him, he didn't search her phone until, you know, they started searching, and then they saw communication with a lawyer, and then they stopped. I don't buy that either, because by the time they seized her phone at, 4:30 in Dighton, she hadn't contacted Yannetti yet. Right? During the interview at her parents' house, I don't think that she told him her medical conditions. She just said she has a stomach problem. I don't think she would have told him that. I don't know. I think someone told him. That's what I think. I think someone told him. Hold on. GV says, I still wouldn't conclude that anybody leaks poo by what Yannetti just said. Right. Somebody told him. Want to know who? Here we go.
Being completely removed in 2009. She's been in pain for a number of years, and eventually also was diagnosed with MS as well in 2013. Continued to have, digestion issues and bowel issues. And this past summer, my client unfortunately was diagnosed with having a brain tumor as a result of migraines that she had never had before. There is still no answer regarding.
Well, people are saying medical history when she was checked into jail, but she wasn't checked into jail until the 1st. And Proctor was texting that stuff on the 29th. So his text messages still predate her booking, getting booked. I think they arrested her on the 1st. The arraignment is the next day on the 2nd. I think she had to stay overnight. And so his text messages are still on the 29th. And so they predate any booking, but that's a good, I like the way you're thinking.
Whether that brain tumor is cancerous or not. And I bring this up.
She also had a brain tumor. I forgot about the brain tumor. Listen.
Still no answer regarding whether that brain tumor is cancerous or not. And I bring this up not for the purpose of evoking any sympathy, but to focus on what the court's inquiry is here today. The inquiry is, what is the likelihood that my client will appear in court for her trial? Does bail need to be set to assure her appearance at trial? And if so, how much bail should be set? Her roots are here. She was born here, she went to school here, she went to college here, and her doctors are here. And in addition, her family is here. Her parents are present in the courtroom, her brother and her sister-in-law are present in the courtroom. And Your Honor, just so the court's aware, I'd like to have a letter that I sent to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office this weekend. It was faxed on Saturday, where I promised that my client would appear if they just called me. All they had to do was notify me, and I wrote right in the letter that she would report to any police barracks or police station or courthouse to which they directed me. They ignored that and instead got an arrest warrant for my client. However, she knew she had.
That is such bullshit. That is such bullshit that that David Yannetti was not given the professional courtesy of a phone call saying, can you turn your client in? They didn't do that. They knew he had been retained. They knew she was represented, and they didn't do that. And that is the first of many scumbaggery moves that were made in the persecution of Karen Read. Maybe not the first, but one of the first. Listen.
Courthouse to which they just called me. All the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office have a letter that I sent to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office this weekend. It was faxed on Saturday, where I promised that my client would appear if they just called me. All they had to do was notify me, and I wrote right in the letter that she would report to any police barracks or police station or courthouse to which they directed me. They ignored that and instead got an arrest warrant for my client. However, she knew. She had hired an attorney since January 30th, this Saturday, because the police had come and they had taken her phone and they had taken her car. She knew that they were considering her a suspect, rightly or wrongly. And what did she do? They arrested her at the very address that I included in my letter to the Commonwealth, which the Commonwealth ignored. This is relevant, I would assert, Judge, regarding whether she is a flight risk. I think it doesn't really pass the straight face test. She is not going anywhere. She didn't go anywhere. I frankly don't think they've overcome the presumption of personal recognizance in this case. With regard to the facts of the case, Judge, I've read the affidavit that the prosecution has now read. Manslaughter is a tremendous reach in this case. I don't see any criminal intent that would justify manslaughter in that affidavit. And there's a reason for that, because there was no criminal intent. This was not some random stranger. This was my client's boyfriend, somebody with whom she was in love, somebody with whom she essentially lived with. And by the way, the police have her phone. At 4:30 in the morning, my client is placing multiple calls to the victim in this case, to her boyfriend, wondering where he is, why he hasn't come home, and getting annoyed with him because his niece, of whom he was a guardian, had to go to bed without saying goodnight to him. She had no idea that he was deceased or that anything had happened. At 5:30 in the morning, she's placing probably...
Right now he's arguing for bail, so he's saying there's no criminal intent for manslaughter. He's not saying John O'Keefe was hit by a car, by the way. He's saying there's no criminal intent for manslaughter because remember, the local stations ran with, and you can still find it out there, investigators say that they have ring camera footage of the incident. News at 11. David Yannetti is likely being told there's ring camera footage of it. He doesn't have it. He doesn't have all the facts yet. He's got a police report, which is the same one, I guess, that Lally was just reading off of. And he's saying there's no criminal intent for manslaughter. It's a reach. If he was hit by a car, you still should let her out. And Reasonable AF is saying that the leaky poo text was on February 1st. Okay. I'll have to go back and take a look at that. I thought it was the night of January 29th that he was talking to his buddies. She waffled him, like all of that stuff. So maybe that continued on to a different day. We're going to listen to some of his testimony. So maybe we'll see. This is very early on. He's got nothing. He's got nothing to work with. He just had been retained on the Saturday. He sent a letter on that was the 30th. He sent a letter over. They arrest her on the 1st. They hold her overnight. They don't even call him. Ridiculous.
About 10 calls to him for the same. At 5:30 in the morning, she's placing probably about 10 calls to him for the same reason before she now knows something's has to be wrong because he never stayed out at night without her. If they were ever out at night, they were always together. He had never not come home. And that's when she calls her girlfriend and goes back to the scene and sees this horrific scene. So, Your Honor.
He didn't even know that Jennifer McCabe wasn't her girlfriend at the time. Right? Unless he's referring to Carrie Roberts.
This is a defensible case. There is no reason for her to run. She's done the opposite. She hired an attorney almost right away. And by the way, there will be substantial issues regarding a motion to suppress statements here. As I put in the letter, and I'd like to, again, have this marked as an exhibit for the bail hearing. As I put in the letter, the police multiple times violated her.
Mr. Lally, any objection to the letter coming in?
No objection.
All right, thank you. We'll accept it. We'll mark it.
Thank you very much.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the police violated her right to counsel multiple times, Your Honor, and we'll be able to show that at a motion to suppress hearing. Their case essentially comes down to statements because there's no eyewitnesses. There doesn't appear as though there's any video evidence. There's nothing to indicate what actually happened on the day in question. And I think the police sort of acting out of desperation, realizing that they didn't really have much of a case, needed some type of confession from her. She did not give it to them, and yet they questioned her despite the fact that she asked for a lawyer. So the bottom line, Judge, is a defensible.
Hold on. There was no video evidence. So did he already know there wasn't any? Had the news reported that there was video evidence yet? After he said there's no video evidence, is that when sources told, I think it was WCVB, that there was video evidence? Hold on, I gotta hear that again.
Sort of acting out of desperation, realizing that they didn't really have much of a case, needed some type of confession from her. She did not give it to them on the day in question. And I think the police sort of acting out of desperation, realizing that they didn't really have much of a case, needed some type of confession for her.
I'm sorry, I gotta go back a little bit more.
Regarding a motion to suppress statements here. As I put in the letter, and I'd like to, again, have this marked as an exhibit for the bail hearing. As I put in the letter, the police multiple times violated her.
Mr. Lally, any objection to the letter coming in?
No objection.
All right, thank you. We'll accept it. We'll mark it.
Thank you very much.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the police violated her right to counsel multiple times, Your Honor, and we'll be able to show that at a motion to suppress hearing. Their case essentially comes down to statements because there's no eyewitnesses. There doesn't appear as though there's any video evidence. There's nothing to indicate what
Doesn't appear as though there's any video evidence. I remember it was WBZ. Thank you for that, Scott McGinnis. They're the ones who reported that there was existence of a video. Did they report it after February 2nd or before? We'll have to find it.
What actually happened on the day in question. And I think the police sort of acting out of desperation, realizing that they didn't really have much of a case, needed some type of confession from her. She did not give it to them, and yet they questioned her despite the fact that she asked for it.
She did not give it to them. But you know who did? Katie McLaughlin. I hit him. Katie McLaughlin gave them the confession that they needed. And Katie McLaughlin's interview was set up by Kevin Albert. And Katie McLaughlin went to high school with a girl named Caitlin Albert, who's the daughter of Brian Albert. They needed a confession. Kevin Albert was supposed to be recused. Canton PD was supposed to be recused, but he's the one who set up that interview with Katie McLaughlin. And Katie McLaughlin was the one who gave them the confession.
A lawyer. So the bottom line, Judge, is it's a defensible case. She's not a flight risk. And recognizing the seriousness of the charges, I won't ask for personal recognizance, but I would assert to the court this case does not justify more than a $5,000 cash bail.
Thank you. My guess is you have no objection to the proposed conditions.
Well, the only condition that I would ask to be heard on, Your Honor, is this condition that she not drive. The police and the district attorney's office and the registry of motor vehicles have options to address that issue if they believe that she's an unsafe driver. And I would ask the court not to get involved with that issue.
Thank you. All right, with regard to the conditions, she is ordered not to drive unless licensed or permitted by the Massachusetts Registry of Motor Vehicles. I appreciate your argument, Mr. Yannetti, but due to the nature and the circumstances of the offenses charged, specifically 1 and 3, and the potential penalty, I know what your letter says, you're the lawyer, but she has plenty of reason to flee. Given the potential penalty, I'm opposing the $50,000 cash.
There's a motion filed by the district.
Yes, on the motion, I have Mr. Lally, a motion for preservation of evidence. Have you had a chance to review it?
I have, yes, Your Honor.
Do you have any objection to it?
I do not, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. I'll allow.
Wow, so funny. A motion for preservation of evidence, like all the video. They didn't preserve any of that Sally Port video. And their argument was that he never asked. He never asked for that.
That.
Can I have a date, please?
And just to be clear for the record, with regard to that motion being allowed, Judge, I would ask that it be effective with the court's signature with regard to previous reports that have been filed and anything that's been gathered, and certainly going forward. There should be no destruction of notes going forward in this investigation.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it speaks for itself.
Yes.
It's a preservation of evidence. I just signed it.
It speaks for itself, the judge said. It speaks for itself. Of course they're supposed to preserve all evidence. I shouldn't even have to sign this, but Norfolk County DA's office.
10:22 a.m. on February 2nd. That's when it's effective.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. In terms of a next date, could I have March 1st, Judge?
Sure. Mr. Lally, that work for you? If not, we'll go to another day.
If possible, yeah. If possible, the 3rd or the 4th, if that's.
Well, I mean, she is entitled to be brought back within 30 days.
Sure.
I mean,
But
I could do-
Mr. Lally, if I may, Mr. Lally, you can have a 9 o'clock, 11 o'clock, or 2 o'clock call.
then thank you. 11 o'clock on the 1st is fine.
All right. That work, Ms.
That
Sina?
works.
Thank you.
Mr. Docket 22 CR 66, court is setting bail in the amount of $50,000 cash to ensure your presence back here March 1st for a probable cause hearing. You have a right to petition the Superior Court for a review of that bail. Conditions of this case are that you stay away and have no contact with the victim's family, stay away from the victim's residence, and do not drive a motor vehicle unless permitted to by the Registry of Motor Vehicles. You'll need to sign those conditions before you're transported today. That's all set.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
That's it, Your Honor.
Okay.
All right. That's it. Stay away order. Stay away from the family. Stay away from the home. Don't drive. No alcohol monitoring. No GPS bracelet. No home confinement. One stands in recess. I'm going to ask the Oh, isn't that John O'Keefe's friend Brendan right here in the foreground of your screen? He's the one who was on every single documentary that would have him. Becky RN says, find someone that fights for you like David Yannetti. Oops. Let's see who else we can. Hi.
This is the attorney. He's here. I'm answering not ready, asking for a date.
Okay, I am
Okay,
not.
well, there is that. What did we learn? Oh, Jen McCabe was walking out the door. Wait, hold on. Jen McCabe was there. Oh. Let's go back to the end of the video. See if I can make it bigger. Oh, was that her in the black jacket? There's somebody with a hat. Right there. Wow. Hmm. Well, you can never tell. What's it shaking on Shakedown Street? Well, that's interesting, isn't it? Adam Lally said during that arraignment hearing, Michael Proctor and Yuri Bukhenik went to the scene and began processing, and then interviewed some witnesses. Did Michael Proctor go to 34 Fairview on January 29th of 2022? And if he did, why would he lie about it? And if he didn't, is he really that bad of an investigator? Cracked taillight. Yes, we learned all about the cracked taillight, which only became shattered after the vehicle was in possession of the Massachusetts State Police at the Canton PD Sallyport. Let's take a look. Oh, okay. Here's something else that I wanted to point out. Give me a minute to pull it up. Oh, please. Hold, please. There, in the recent document dump that Corey Hopkins was able to obtain with regard to some of the Freedom of Information Act documents, contained therein, hundreds and hundreds of pages. There's an email from, well, let's look at the report first. This is the Dighton Police Report of Nicholas Barros. Check this out. And this just was something that came to me in, the other day when I was reading through this stuff. Oh, please. This is the narrative for Patrolman Nicholas Barros that was done on January 29th, 2022. And unlike Michael Proctor, Nicholas Barros of Dighton PD fills out his reports the same day. On Saturday, January 29th of 2022, I, Patrolman Nicholas Barros, while in full uniform and in marked Cruiser 578, was assigned to 0800 hours to 1600 hour shift. At approximately 1431 hours, that is 2:31 p.m., 2:31 p.m., I received a phone call from troopers assigned to the Norfolk County DA's office. The trooper I spoke to advised me that they were on their way to a residence in Dighton to speak to a party and retrieve a vehicle that was involved in an incident that occurred in Canton yesterday / early this morning. They haven't even seen the car. And at 2:30, Proctor is calling Dighton PD and telling them we're going to retrieve a vehicle that was involved in an incident. Based on what? Jennifer McCabe's statement that the taillight was cracked. They hadn't found one piece of taillight yet. No, they didn't. They advised that the vehicle that they were looking to impound was involved in a homicide. Oh, they already knew the vehicle was involved in a homicide by 2:30 in the afternoon. John O'Keefe's dead body was found around 6:04 a.m. That's when the 911 call came in. And Michael Proctor wants you to believe that he never went to 34 Fairview that day. And that by 2:30, he's calling Dighton to say we're picking up a car that was involved in a homicide. They asked me if I could have a tow company that we use respond to the address with me to tow the vehicle. That's interesting to me too, that Proctor wouldn't call his own towing company, somebody that he worked with or somebody that they knew, could be a friendly, that he asked Barros to find a tow company for him. Before hanging up the phone, the trooper stated that he would call me once he got closer to Dighton so I could meet him at the residence. At around 1500 hours, so that's 3 p.m., I received a phone call from Trooper Michael Proctor. Trooper Proctor stated that he was about 10 minutes away from the residence and asked me to meet him at blank. That's the address where Karen's parents live. I advised him that once I hung up with him, I would contact the tow company, Diamond Towing, to respond as well. Once I arrived on Country Hill Drive, I met with the troopers and advised them that the tow would also be responding with a 15 to 20 minute ETA. We then went to the residence and the troopers made contact with the homeowner and his daughter, Karen Reed. This is the part that made a switch flip in my head. And I was like, Corey Hopkins, listen. While the troopers were speaking with Karen and her parents about the incident, I contacted Highway Superintendent Tom Ferry to ask if he could plow the driveway to the residence so that the tow truck could retrieve the vehicle from the driveway. Tom agreed and responded and plowed the driveway. Let it be known that today was a blizzard and the driveway had over a foot of snow. I said, Corey, did anybody ever request the dash cam footage from Tom Ferry, highway superintendent in Dighton? Did anybody ever request? He plowed the driveway at Karen's parents' house so they could tow the car. Did anybody ever request the dash cam footage? And she said, holy S, I'm on it. And this was while I was away last week. And when Corey Hopkins says she's on it, she's on it. And so Corey immediately made a request, a public records request, to the highway superintendent in Dighton, Tom Ferry, to find out if they had dash cam footage of January 29th of 2022 when he plowed the driveway at Karen Reed's parents' house. And I thought, why did nobody ever ask for that? I've never even, I know we've seen this report. We know that Proctor and Bukhenik didn't have any dash cam footage because they brought their personal vehicle. I think someone had requested dash cam footage from the tow company. They didn't have any. So I need to show you the response to this. So hang on. One moment. The public records request went out last Thursday, November 6th. I'm not going to put the emails up because I didn't have a time to redact them yet. And this went out to the town of Dighton records officer. And there's a form that you fill out. Here's the form. And I'll download this and show you the form, and then I'll tell you their response. Sometimes we do things on the fly here, you know, that's just the way we work. We do things on the fly. And the request was for exactly what went off in my head. But I gotta take this one down, put that one up. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. But you like receipts, and I'm here to show you receipts. So this is what we're doing. The records request was made on November 6th of 2025. And it says, please produce all body-worn camera, video footage, and all vehicle-based or vehicle-mounted footage, dash cam generated by Highway Superintendent Tom Ferry on January 29th of 2022. And Corey was the one who requested it. And I'm going to take that down now because I don't want to give out her email address and everything because people are harassing her just like they're harassing me because they don't like what we're doing here. And that was November 6th. And right away, they responded. And the town clerk for the town of Dighton forwarded it immediately. Well, not immediately. Let's say that was made on the 6th. By the 10th, the Dighton town clerk sent that request to Tom Ferry, the guy who plowed the driveway, with an email that said, hello, Tom and Heather, please see the below public records request and respond by reply all with all responsive records no later than November 19th. If the request will require an extensive amount of time, please provide a fee schedule and estimate for services as soon as possible. If documents require redactions, please redact any information that is not public prior to sending to our office. Please respond, even if you have no such records. And then, well, this is interesting too, because the woman who's in charge of public records in Dighton, her name is Mello, M-E-L-L-O. Could you make this up? Could you make this up anymore? Her name is Rebecca Mello, Mello. On November 10th, 10 a.m., 10 a.m., Tom Ferry writes back to Rebecca Mello and says, Ms. Mello, please note for our department, we do not have body cams nor vehicle cameras, dash cams. Please let me know if I could help further. XOXO, Thomas Ferry, Superintendents of Streets. They don't have any, but imagine if they did. Would have shown the rear of Karen's car, right? But they don't have it. So why am I getting mad at Mello's name? I don't know, because Ken Mello is the special prosecutor who's been hired to investigate, who's been hired to prosecute Aidan Kearney. Ken Mello is part of the reason that Aidan Kearney went to jail. He's the reason that Aidan Kearney was set up. He was working with Kate Peter, Brian Tully, and LIndsey Gaetani to set up Aidan Kearney and send him to jail. I don't know, is Mello a really common name? There's no such thing as coincidence, I have found in Massachusetts. Maybe she's not related. Maybe she is. Just pointing it out is all. Just pointing it out. So they don't have it. They don't have body cam footage or dash cam footage, but imagine if they did. And I never heard that brought up before. If anybody ever did bring it up, then I guess I didn't hear about it. Mello is very common. Okay. Do they all work for the state of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts? Okay. Maybe it's not his daughter or his wife. Maybe it's not. I don't know. I have no idea if it is. Just pointing out what I'm seeing. And then in the email, also in those emails, it was, let me just see something. That's what it was. It was an email from Yuri Bukhenik. Here it is. Let's pull this up. It's an email from Yuri Bukhenik to Michael Proctor, Brian Tully, and Adam Lally. Subject, Dighton PD. And look at the date on this email, May 9th of 2023. Gents. Please see attached log and report that was generated by Patrolman Barros from January 29th, 2022. This was the seizure of Karen Reed's Lexus SUV from her parents' address in Dighton at blank. Barros did stellar job documenting the event. I commanded him to the chief of police in Dighton. I commanded him. Well, English is his third language. I mean, maybe he meant to say commended him. Maybe it's just a scrivener's error. But did they not even get this incident report from Barros until May of 2023? 16 months later? Respectfully, Yuri Bukhenik. So there's that. And we go back to the chat. Thank you, Emily, who's been here for 2 months and says, thanks to the member who gifted me. Thanks, Melanie, for continuing to shine a light on this case. Oh, we're not done yet. And we still haven't, the murderers of John O'Keefe have still not been brought to justice. And so we're not quitting. Thank you for being interested, Emily. Attorney Wannabe says, I should have listened to Melanie, signed up for Twitter and quickly deleted the app as I may be angry, sad, and disgusted. Oh, yeah, it's just a cesspool of people who just like to be mean to each other, using fake names and stuff. It's like, really, it's like middle schoolers are less mean to each other than these people are. And these people are like, men and women in their 40s and 50s that apparently have absolutely no life, complete and total losers. Complete and total losers. Always listen. Just listen to me. I got you. Piper's mom says, I rewatched trial 1. I think Good got a heads up about John from Higgy at the station at 1:30 a.m. He let all know with the calls coming into 911. put all on alert, and Proctor was involved in all that in texts. Thoughts? Well, Zoe, our resident statistician, who is amazing, Zoe fell in a rabbit hole the other day and sent me a whole thing that I'm not going to read right now with you because I have to dig into it a little bit more. But she's got a theory. She's got a theory about Kelly Dever, Sean Good, and what went on that night in dispatch. And I need to dig into it a little bit more before I share it with you. So thank you, Zoe, for that. It is what a rabbit hole that is that you fell into, and you're a statistician. So no, I love your email. Thank you. I didn't even respond to you yet. I love it. I need to get into it more. I don't want to do a cold read of it because I want to really digest it, Zoe. Like, that's amazing work. Yeah. And so I don't have thoughts on that exactly yet. I don't know what happened between Good and Higgins at 1:30, but didn't we see Higgins walk into the dispatch room in some of that hidden Sallyport video that was not miraculously revealed from the magical mystery Sallyport until before trial number 2? That was some of the missing video. And was there video of Higgins walking into the dispatch room? I mean, I thought that's what it showed. It was in the dispatch room. You're saying, yes, he walked into dispatch. Who was in there? Was Good in there? Was Kelly Dever in there too? Because didn't Kelly Dever say that she worked the overnight? I don't know. Okay. So I don't know if Higgins would have said anything to Good. I don't know how good of friends they were. So I don't know. But there's some other interesting things that Zoe found that we will talk about when I have more time to get more receipts. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe by tomorrow I'll be done with that. It's another rabbit hole. And we'll see what happens if and when Proctor's text messages are released. And perhaps because Proctor says he got a call at 6:48 a.m., right? About John O'Keefe being found dead. Yeah, Saraf was in the parking lot. And she was outside with another cop, but at some point she came in because she had to relieve Good. And then with regard to the dispatch logs, there's some indication that it wasn't Good that took the call from Kerry Roberts, but we know that he did, but he didn't insert it into the log. And so there's some questions. But Kelly Dever was on patrol, but at some point she came in to dispatch, but we just don't know when, right? And she absolutely knows that there are monitors in the dispatch room. They're everywhere. And so, yeah, she's another fall guy in this whole thing, fall girl. So I have a lot of thoughts, Piper's mom. I'm just not ready to articulate them yet. But thank you for your 20 and for your thoughts. And Toasty Bun says, Higgins told him and Karen had a conversation at the bar previously, in my opinion. Thank you, Toasty Buns, for your super chat. Mama G became a member. Welcome. The Most Blessed Gigi says, I think Lally was drinking some of the alcohol hand sanitizer. He does not even believe what he is saying. He just put his backpack on and went to work that day with his lunchbox, Gigi. He was just reading off the paper. Thanks for your super chat. Catherine, thanks for becoming a member. And Gigi says, sorry, the grand jury comment was about the first case with the cops shooting that man 30 times. Are you talking about Justin Root's case? I don't know if it ever went to a grand jury, Gigi. I don't think it did. I think they cleared those cops without it ever going to a grand jury is what I think. But I don't know because I haven't read all the documents yet. And so I don't want to misspeak, but I think that they were cleared by the investigation done by Proctor Bukhenik and Fanning. And you're talking about Justin Root. Thank you. And so it never went to a grand jury as far as I know. RB in Virginia became a member. Welcome. And Proctor got waffled, gifted a membership. Thank you so much. You're very generous. And Texas Tan Girl, did you see Alan Jackson with a bandage on his hand recently? Yeah, I did. I saw him at Fraser Bohm's thing the other day in California. There was a short clip I saw somewhere. He had a bandage on his hand. I have no idea what it's from. And so I have no idea. They said it's from Byrne. I don't know. I can't comment. Haven't talked to him. Shuda says, this is egregious and disturbing to watch. Prison for all the liars in the police department. Et al. The Alberts and the McCabes. Angry doesn't cover it. Thank you, Shuda UK, for watching all the way from the UK. Push Me Pull You says, page 7, Internal Affairs Report, 7/29/24. Trooper Proctor explained that while Ms. Reed was being processed at the state police barracks, he learned of Ms. Reed's medical issues. So that would have been on the 1st, the day before this. Okay, I'll have to go back and look at that. I'll put that on my list of things to do. I'll put that on my list of things to do. Yes, Dever took good spot on dispatch. You are correct. That is true. Let me just close some of these tabs before the draft gets too bad. Well, all right. So Lally said that Proctor went to 34 Fairview. And here's the let's look at the original witness statements. These are already redlined from all the way back in January 2024 when we first started talking about this case on this channel. What will the phone reveal? Only the shadow knows. Only the shadow knows. We heard Lally say that Proctor and Bukhenik went to the scene to process and take some witness statements. Well, here is the witness statement of Jennifer McCabe, taken by Trooper Michael Proctor. On January 29th of 2022 I want to see when, hold on. Okay. First of all, note that this was not even typed up until April 6th of 2022. Okay. After Karen Reed was arraigned for the first time. It's on MSP letterhead, and it is to Tully from Proctor, and the subject is interview of Jennifer McCabe, who was born in 1976 at Blank Lane in Canton, Mass. Well, that's not 34 Fairview. That's Jennifer McCabe's house. But again, this wasn't typed up until April 6th of 2022. So did he have to make sure that he didn't say that he did that interview at 34 Fairview? Remember the friends and family meeting that was going on? What happened at 34 Fairview? Between the time the scene was cleared around shortly before 8 a.m. and was left unguarded and unsecured, we know the family was there. We know Julie Albert came over because she wanted to drop off donuts because it was a family tradition or ritual. She was going to drop off the birthday donuts in little Brian's car. She was going to leave him there in, sub-zero temperatures or however cold it was in the blizzard. And she also had a box of Joe with her that she apparently was going to leave in the cold car. But then Brian Albert said, come in. So she went in. So there was a friends and family meeting going on that day. And a lot of people have testified about it. And there's been some text messages and other things that have surfaced. And who knows what's going to be in Proctor's phone. Hold on. And this is what Proctor's report says regarding his first interview of Jennifer McCabe. On January 29th, 2022, at approximately 6:04 a.m., the Canton Police Department received a 911 call for a male party, John O'Keefe, discovered unresponsive outside of 34 Fairview Road, period. Canton Police, Fire, and EMS responded to the scene. Canton Fire and EMS were dispatched to 34 Fairview Road for an unresponsive male discovered outside in the snow, and CPR was in progress. Yep, she did. She called and she said, there's a man cast out in the snow. Her dear friend of 10 years. By the way, have any photos ever surfaced of Jen McCabe and John O'Keefe during the time that he was alive? They were dear friends for a decade, and I mean, I just wonder if there's any photos out there. Because, I mean, Katie McLaughlin takes photos of herself and some girl named Caitlin Albert. They're even in a hot tub together, but she barely knew her. You'd think if they were such dear friends for over a decade, there might be a photograph of two out there of them. But I haven't seen one. Kearney EMS transported the victim to Good Samaritan Hospital, where he was determined to be deceased. Prior to being discovered, the victim was at Waterfall Bar and then traveled to 34 Fairview Road for a gathering with friends. I think it's debatable whether or not they were friends. Present at the Waterfall Bar and the residence on Fairview Road was Jennifer McCabe. Sergeant Bukhenik and I met with Jennifer at blank. This was her address at the time. I don't know if they still live there. On January 29, 2022 at 11:30 a.m. and agreed to speak with investigators. Here's the key time, 11:30 a.m. What's going to be on Proctor's phone before 11:30 a.m. and after 11:30 a.m.? And will his location data show that he really went to Jennifer McCabe's place or that he really interviewed them at 34 Fairview? I don't know. Jennifer and her husband, Matthew McCabe, arrived at the Waterfall Bar in Canton Center at approximately 9 p.m. on Friday, January 28th. At the Waterfall, they met a group of friends for some drinks, food, and watched a live band. At approximately 11 p.m., John O'Keefe and Karen Reed entered the Waterfall Bar from McCarthy's Bar. Jennifer and John have been friends for a long time and met Karen when the two started dating 2 years ago. John walked into the Waterfall wearing a baseball hat, jeans, and sneakers. Jennifer observed Karen walk into the bar holding a drinking glass with a vodka mixed drink inside. She left McCarthy's with. Jennifer stated there was no arguments amongst Karen and John or anyone else inside of the Waterfall. Jennifer stated John and Karen did not appear to be overly intoxicated when they arrived. As the band was cleaning up, Brian Albert invited everyone back to his house at 34 Fairview Road in Canton. As everyone began to leave the Waterfall, Jennifer observed John and Karen leave together. John texted Jennifer at approximately 12:14 a.m. asking where to. Jennifer responded to John's text with the address 34 Fairview. Jennifer spoke with John at 12:14 a.m. and provided him the address. At 12:18 a.m., John called Jennifer to inquire where exactly the house was on Fairview Road. While at 34 Fairview Road, Jennifer observed a large black SUV on the street outside of the house and went to the front door. Okay, so Jennifer observed a large black SUV on the street of the house and went to the front door. The black SUV did not pull into the driveway, but parked on the street by the entrance of the driveway. Jennifer observed the black SUV parked out front and texted John, "Hello, pull up behind me," at 12:31 a.m. Jennifer texted John again at 12:40 a.m. "Hello, where are you?" And then again at 12:45 a.m. "Hello." When Jennifer sent the last text to John, she observed the black SUV drive away and assumed Karen and John went home. Well, again, 12:45 a.m. She still sees the car outside. She's texting, "Hello." We know Karen was home by 12:36. Who's lying? Jennifer stated John did not reply to any of her text messages. Jennifer stated she first observed the vehicle parked on the street by the driveway, facing in the direction towards Chapman Street. Remember, this is Jen McCabe's statement on January 29th of 2022, before it has had a chance to morph. Jennifer stated she first observed the vehicle parked on the street by the driveway, facing in the direction towards Chapman Street. Jennifer then observed the vehicle travel along the road towards the left side of the property in the area of where John was discovered in the morning. How convenient. How convenient is it that she gives this statement the day his body is found and says that she saw Karen's car right there where his body was found? Yeah, except Karen was already home at 12:36, right? But the plan wasn't fully formed yet. They didn't have the timeline or anything yet, you guys. I mean, come on, cut them a break, show them a little grace, right? Jennifer and her husband left the residence at approximately 1:30 a.m. and went home. That she didn't say anything about bringing other people home. At approximately 4:53 a.m. on January 29th, Jennifer received a call from John's niece, Kaylee. We know her name is Kaylee because she's in the civil suit. Karen was on the phone, hysterical and looking for John. Karen told Jennifer that she went home alone last night and last saw John at the Waterfall Bar. Jennifer had to correct Karen and told her they left the Waterfall Bar together and went to 34 Fairview Road. Right. Jennifer had to correct her because Jennifer is trying to make it look like Karen Reed was so drunk that she didn't even remember being at 34 Fairview. And yet, in Jennifer McCabe's interview, she said they seemed fine and not intoxicated at all. Jennifer told Karen to come to her house on blank and they will go look for John together. Well, that's interesting. Jennifer told Karen to come to her house and they will go look for John together. Didn't Jennifer McCabe seem really surprised that Karen showed up at her house and she couldn't believe it? The last time she testified, right? We'd have to go back and watch her testimony, but I think she was like, all of a sudden, Karen was outside my house. Criminally Curious Cupcake says Jen was looking for John's phone. That's why she was texting him. And here it is. On January 29th, Jennifer McCabe told Michael Proctor. Jennifer told Karen to come to her house and they will go look for John together. Right? She was outside. She was screaming. Matt McCabe testified in trial number 1 that he was mad because he thought Karen was going to wake up all the neighbors and he was embarrassed. But Jennifer McCabe told Michael Proctor that Jennifer McCabe told Karen to come over. Were you lying then or are you lying now? Did Michael Proctor just make it up? Did Michael Proctor forget because he didn't write this report until April? Karen arrived at Jennifer's house in her black Lexus SUV. Jennifer stated she drove Karen's car back to John's house where Kerry Roberts met them. What's wrong with that sentence? Kerry Roberts says that she went to Jennifer McCabe's house. But on the 29th, Jen McCabe told Proctor that she drove Karen's car back to John's house where Kerry Roberts met them. It's before the timeline was locked in. I know, we'll just call Proctor a liar. We'll just call Proctor a liar. He's an incompetent buffoon. Nobody's ever going to believe him. Nobody's ever going to believe his report. I didn't sign that statement. They didn't record it. I can just say that Proctor lied. While driving back to John's house, Karen stated to Jennifer, "Could I have hit him? Did I hit him?" Karen also told Jennifer about a broken taillight on her black SUV. Broken taillight. This was typed in April. I'm reminding you, this was typed up in April. We just heard Adam Lally say that Jennifer McCabe said her taillight was cracked and that she looked at it in the driveway. Cracked. Now it changes to broken taillight because this wasn't drafted until April. Once Karen, Jennifer, and Kerry arrived at John's house, they looked at the broken taillight. There it is again. Jennifer stated she observed a broken, slashed, cracked right taillight to Karen's SUV. Jennifer and Karen got into Kerry's vehicle to go look for John. Karen was in the back seat and Jennifer sat in the front passenger seat. Jennifer described the weather at this time as snowing heavily. Jennifer stated that the first place they went to look for John was 34 Fairview Road. They traveled down Chapman Street and took a right turn onto Fairview Road. Nothing about Karen not taking her shoes off. Nothing about them going into the house, right? So that's a lie, because the first place they went to look for John was not 34 Fairview Road. It was One Meadows. Because Jen McCabe wanted to go back to One Meadows, even though Karen Reed had just left there because Jennifer McCabe said, come to my house. Does it make sense that they would go back and look in One Meadows when, first of all, Kaylee was still home? Karen didn't have Jennifer McCabe's number. That's why she had to have Kaylee call her. And that's not the first place they went to look. The first place was One Meadows. Were they trying to buy time? I don't know. Why wouldn't Jen have called her sister beforehand? Well, she did. Once found, not lost. We found out in trial number 2, there was a call from Jen McCabe to Nicole. What time, you guys? 5:00 something a.m. And it was a call that was received. It was, I don't know how long it was. Somebody put it in the chat. She did call her. That's another thing that happened. That was brought up at trial number 2, 5:07 a.m. Thank you, Grace Base. 5:07 a.m. Jennifer McCabe did call her sister Coco, co-homeowner at 34 Fairview, and they did have a conversation, right? How long was the call? Yep. Funny how that only came out during the second trial, Laura. Yep. 38 seconds, I believe, says Aqua, something like that, right? You can have a pretty long conversation in 38 seconds, can't you? They traveled down Chapman Street and took a right turn onto Fairview. Just prior to the front yard at 34 Fairview is a group of trees on the left side of the road. Immediately passing the group of trees, Karen stated, I see him. Jennifer stated with the heavy snow, her and Kerry could not see John and did not know what Karen was talking about. The three exited the vehicle. Kerry began wiping snow off John. Jennifer called 911 and Karen laid on top of him for warmth and stated, oh my God, did I hit him? Again, in question form. John was discovered on the left side of the property, the area where Karen's SUV was last seen earlier that night, with approximately 6 inches of snow covering him. That's interesting because 6 inches of snow had not yet fallen. We heard from the weatherman who said there was enough snow to track a cat. Jennifer stated Karen began mouth to mouth, and when she discovered John's blood on her face, stated, oh my God, do I have my period? Really? That's what she said? Oh my God, do I have my period? Because she had blood on her face? Does that make sense to you? Using a cell phone application called Life 360, Jennifer was able to provide the following times. Well, here it is. Jennifer McCabe's Life 360, because Allie McCabe's Life 360 showed something else. Here's what Jennifer was able to prove to Michael Proctor through her Life 360. She let him look at her phone, or she just looked at her phone and told Michael Proctor this, and he must have taken notes, right? Because he didn't even draft this report until April. "5:39 a.m., Karen arrived at the McCabe's residence." Well, why would Karen's arrival at the McCabe house be on Jennifer McCabe's Life 360? Does she track Karen Reed? I don't have Life 360. I don't use it. So how would Life 360 show that Karen arrived at the McCabe's at 5:39 a.m.? Anyone? Talk to me like I'm 5. Michael says Lally used Proctor's notes for the bail hearing. It wouldn't. right? I have questions says it wouldn't. Why would Jennifer McCabe's Life 360 data show Karen arriving at her house? Okay, Brown Eyed Girls is mad. She's mad that nobody's going to answer her question, I guess. And her question was, I want to know if anyone can tell me if it's true or not. Is it true that Karen and Turtle Boy are no longer friends? I have no idea if they're friends or not. And so it's not something we talk about on this channel or we chat about on this channel, but you seem really mad that nobody is going to answer your question. So I'm going to answer your question and tell you that I don't know. I don't know because I haven't talked to him about it and I haven't talked to her about it. I've never spoken to Karen Reed except for the 2 times I met her. One time when I was in court and another time when I went to a fundraiser of hers. I see here that you've got 21 deleted messages in your short time here, which I think was only from today. So there are a lot of pot stirrers out there, a lot of rage baiters and agents of chaos. Don't let them get to you, my friends. All right, don't be mad. I don't know the answer, so I can't tell you. And I guess from your answer and your little face with hearts on it, she just said thank you. And like, I guess she's not a troll. I think she's fine. I think she's fine. We just don't know because they come in all the time and they try and stir the pot. And I really don't know. I don't think that Jennifer McCabe's Life 360 would show that Karen Reed arrived at her house. Oh, I did. I also spoke to Karen Reed on Claire's stream. That's right, Task and Conquer. She came on one time when I was on there and talked to her then. But I mean like in person or like on the phone or like texting, never. Thank you. She's not a troll. Okay, good. Sometimes you have to, you know. Right, I'm not friends with either of them. How would I know? Exactly. Okay, well, you're good. You're good, girl. You're good. 5:46 a.m. according to the Life 360. Jennifer, Karen, and Kerry arrive at John O'Keefe's house. Okay, well, that's okay because I guess her Life 360 would be tracking her own movements, right? And at 5:53 a.m., the 3 leave John O'Keefe's house. So they spent 8 minutes at John O'Keefe's house. Proctor didn't have any curiosity about what they did for the 8 minutes while they were there. Seven minutes, right? Yeah, Karen left her shoes on. Didn't mention that. They were there for 7 minutes. How long did it take to take their shoes off? "5:53 a.m., the 3 leave John O'Keefe's house, and at 6:04 a.m., they discover John outside 34 Fairview Road. XOXO, Trooper Michael Proctor, former badge number 3863. Former Trooper Michael Proctor, who has been dishonorably discharged. That was his statement that he took on January 29th of 2022 at 11:30, allegedly at Jennifer McCabe's house, but he didn't type it up until April 6th of 2022. Anybody else find that odd? I mean, look at Nicholas Barros, Dighton PD. Shout out to Mr. Barros or Officer Barros or Sergeant, whatever he is now. Sorry, I didn't want to mistitle him. He did his report the same day. April 6th, he typed that one up. Well, you know what's so funny? The same day that he interviewed Jen McCabe, he also interviewed Matt McCabe. He didn't type that report up until April 7th of 2022. Let's look at that report. Shall we? Yeah, because we're here and we're going through it again. We're going through it again. It's not just memory lane. I know this is, oh, Corey's here. Hi, Corey. Corey says, I'm so happy Melanie is doing the strip down memory lane. Can't wait to watch from the beginning. Oh, Corey, I talked about the FOIA request that you did for me while I was on vacation about the dash cam footage of Tom Ferry, who plowed the driveway in Dighton. We showed receipts. And they don't have dash cam footage, but imagine if they did, and imagine if it showed the condition of Karen's taillight. Man, we would have cracked this thing wide open, girl. You're the best. Love you. It's all in my heart. Okay, here we go. Here's the interview of Matt McCabe that was taken by Michael Proctor on January 29th, 2020, allegedly at Matt and Jen's house. As Morrissey also says Michael Proctor did not go to the house. We're going to play that hostage video again in a little bit. And got everything queued up for you, except for with the things I went on a side quest of, and then I had to find them and hunt them down. But it's okay. You guys can talk amongst yourselves, you know, when I do those things, like have to go find the receipts. April 7th of 2022, this report was drafted by Michael Proctor to Detective Lieutenant Brian P. Tully. Tully is everywhere. A lot of love for Corey in the chat. She is a gift. She's such a gift. On January 29th of 2022, approximately 6:04 a.m., the Canton PD received a 911 call for a male party. John O'Keefe discovered unresponsive outside of 34 Fairview Road. Canton Police, Fire, and EMS responded to the scene. Canton Fire and EMS were dispatched to 34 Fairview Road for an unresponsive male discovered outside in the snow, and CPR was in progress. Canton EMS transported the victim to Good Samaritan Hospital, where he was determined to be deceased. At the Waterfall Bar on Friday night, January 28th, and at 34 Fairview Road was Matthew McCabe. That's a wonky sentence, but okay, Proctor, go on with your bad self. I guess you weren't an English major. Matt McCabe. It says up here, subject. Sorry, I forgot to read the subject. Matt McCabe's date of birth is 1974. And it says the interview was at blank, which was the home at the time. Do they still live there, the McCabe's? I don't know. I'm not going to dox them. Canton, Mass, regarding John O'Keefe motor vehicle homicide. Sergeant Bukhenik and I arrived at Matthew's residence on January 29th and agreed to speak with investigators. Matthew has known John for approximately 8 years and met Karen Reed a handful of times. He did not know of any medical issues John may have. Matthew and his wife Jennifer arrived at the Waterfall Bar at approximately 9 p.m. on Friday, January 28th. Matthew stated they went to the bar to have some drinks and food with friends. Matthew stated John and Karen entered the Waterfall Bar by themselves, and John was wearing a baseball hat with a curved visor. Matthew did not observe any arguing amongst John and Karen or with anyone else inside the bar. Well, they're real sure to say that, but as you can see, as we know, the waterfall video, when carefully studied, shows otherwise. Matthew stated Karen was consuming a clear liquid he believed to be a vodka drink. He drinks a whiskey drink, he drinks a vodka drink. What's that song? I think it's song lyrics. I'm singing it in my head right now. Somebody will get it. As the night was winding down, Matthew went over to speak with the band as everyone in the bar was leaving. Matthew stated John and Karen left before him, and the only people left inside of the bar were the 4 band members and himself. Chumbawamba, that's it. I get knocked down, but I get up again. Yes, it's on the playlist. It's on the playlist. Thank you. Chumbawamba. Matty McCabe had his Crystal Light for his diet, right? He was drinking vodka and water with a splash of Crystal Light, right? Tub Thumpin', that's it. Tub Thumpin' by Chumbawamba. It is on the Karen Reed playlist. No, I just want to fly. That was Sugar Ray. Got it. I get knocked down and I get up again. Right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Pissing the night away. Exactly. Okay, so Matt was the only person. He was the last one standing, last man standing, talking to the 4 band members. Where are the band members? Nobody ever talked to them. I wonder if the band members saw anything. Matthew left and got into his vehicle where Jennifer was waiting for him, and he heard her call John to invite him to Brian Albert's house. Well, that's funny too, because remember Karina Kolakithis, who's my favorite witness, love her, said that Jen McCabe was really trying hard to get Karen to go with her. While at 34 Fairview Road, Matthew stated he observed a big dark SUV parked to the right of the house. That is right. Jennifer McCabe and Matt McCabe are curtain twitchers. They are curtain twitchers, like Gladys Kravitz from Bewitched, always looking out the window to see what the neighbors are doing. They're curtain twitchers. So Kathy, a gossip rumor and innuendo, calls people like that. Looking outside all the time. Matthew stated he was making these observations from the front door. Matthew stated he looked out the front window and observed the same big dark SUV move to the other side of the property, approximately 15 to 20 feet. Matthew was not sure how long the vehicle was outside for, but did not hear any loud noises or screaming from inside. Matthew stated both times he observed the vehicle on the street. The headlights were facing towards Chapman Street. Matthew stated he observed tire tracks in the snow on the street in front of the house. Matthew described the pattern as a wave or a V shape. Was that his assignment? His assignment was to see the tire tracks in the snow in a V shape. That was his assignment. Matthew stated the tire tracks went from the curb in front of 34 Fairview towards the neighbor across the street and then back towards the curb. The pattern of the tracks were consistent with making a 3-point turn. They kind of dropped that whole theory, didn't they? I mean, and didn't like Welcher say the 3-point turn would have been on a different street? Like, why did they make a big deal about this? And why did they say that Karen said that she made a 3-point turn? And then I guess they had to have Matthew corroborate that and say that too. The whole thing is sus. It's all sus. And Trepidon is like, yeah, that never happened. Scorpion says, it's interesting how everyone was looking out the windows at the same thing at the same time. Almost like the house was dark and they were playing games or planning their story. But I mean, really, literally, they had until April, whatever, 7th or 8th to get this story straight, because that's when he wrote it down. Yes, and in his testimony, he changed it. He said he wasn't sure if he looked out, didn't know. Because then, you know, all of a sudden the feds are involved and you better make sure that you're really telling the truth. Matthew stated he did not see those tracks prior to the big black SUV arriving outside the house. XOXO, trooper, oh no, former trooper, dishonorably discharged trooper, Michael Proctor, AKA the fall guy, AKA his phone is telling us everything. There was enough snow to track a cat, wasn't there, Heather? I thought there was enough snow to track a cat. Well, that's Matt's statement. Let's take that down. But wait, that's not all. Because remember, Jennifer McCabe spoke to Lank, right? That morning too, she gave an interview at Lank. Also, maybe she spoke to Saraf. Like, she spoke to a lot of people. And then she actually called Lank back and made him come back to 34 Fairview so that she could give him some additional information, like the part about, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Like, I'm not sure if anybody wrote that down, but, you know, could you write that down? You have all the things. You saw the tracks in the snow, right, from the window, but he didn't see John's body in the yard. No, he didn't. But then Jennifer McCabe is interviewed again after Michael Proctor interviewed her, and she's interviewed by Trooper Kathleen Prince. And why did nobody ever call? Where does anybody know where Trooper Kathleen Prince is now? Was she rehomed too? Was she ever on a witness list? Nobody ever called her to testify. I do know that. And look at how this statement by Trooper Kathleen Prince is conveniently undated. There's no date up here. Did Kathleen Prince get rehomed just like Kelly Dever got rehomed from Canton PD? Trooper Kathleen Prince is with the MSP. Is she no longer assigned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office? Did she get a promotion? Was she rehomed? Is she somewhere else? I don't know, but I would like to know. And this is to Brian Tully from Trooper Kathleen Prince. Subject Jennifer McCabe, date of birth 1976. And there's her address and her phone number, which is redacted because we don't do that. Did she get out of Dodge? I don't know. Oh, Letteros by Betteros says, remember Kerry asked AJ who wrote the report? Which report though? Jennifer McCabe's statement? I don't recall that. I mean, maybe she did ask that, but was it regard to Jennifer McCabe's statements? I don't know. Okay. So here is Trooper Kathleen Prince's statement of Jennifer McCabe on February 1st of 2022. This is the same day that Karen was arrested. Okay. Kathleen Prince does a report that says on February 1, 2022, I, along with Trooper Connor Keefe, went to blank address in Canton to speak to Jennifer McCabe concerning the investigation into the death of John O'Keefe on January 29th of 2022. The following is a summary of what Ms. McCabe told us. Well, why did they send someone else to interview Jennifer McCabe the same day that they were to arrest Karen Reed? Why? Wait a second. According to Google, Sheila says, Kathleen Prince is at Boston PD now? That's so funny. Is that where they rehome them? So she went from Massachusetts State Police to Boston PD? Somebody else says she retired. Yeah, I gotta have receipts before I even start the speculation on that. When I have questions, I just verbalize them out loud. Because I know many of you are also Alice and you fall into the rabbit hole with me, behind me, sometimes ahead of me. Ms. McCabe stated that on Friday, January 28th, 2022, she and her husband, Matt McCabe, had been at the waterfall in Canton. Jen said that John and Karen came into the waterfall around 11 p.m. Jen said that she knows John O'Keefe because her daughter and John O'Keefe's niece are friends. She said that she had come to know Karen through John because the two were dating. Jen said that John had encouraged Jen and Karen to become friendly because Jen has MS and Karen had also been diagnosed with MS. We have an Alice emoji for that. We do. I love that one. John and Karen had been at CF McCarthy's before they came into the waterfall. Jen noticed that Karen had a mixed drink in a clear glass in her hand that she had brought over from CF McCarthy's. All right, well, what's the new information here? The new information is that John encouraged, according to Jen McCabe, Karen and Jen to become friendly because they both have MS. And also, she knows John because her daughter and his niece are friends. I don't know if she said that to Proctor. What does this say? No date on here. At the end of the evening, Jen said that she and her husband were planning to go to her sister's house because it was her nephew, Brian Albert Jr.'s birthday. That's new too. Jen said that she asked Karen and John if they wanted to come along. Well, no, I thought it was Brian Albert that asked everyone if they wanted to come along. But now Jen said that she asked Karen and John if they wanted to come along, and they said that they would. Alberts live at 34 Fairview Road. Jen said that John had texted her at 12:14 a.m. to get the address. Jen said that she spoke with John on the phone to explain where the house is. She said she remembers providing him with directions, specifically telling him to drive past Bella's house on the right. There it is. It's Bella's house. New information. Bella's house. Bella was a friend of Kaylee's, and John used to date Bella's mom. This is new information coming out on February 1st, the day that they're going to arrest Karen. Do they have to lock down the timeline? What do you think? Thank you to all of our exploding heads. Has your head popped off yet? I mean, it's been a long time since I went over these police reports with you, or these witness statements, these alleged witness statements, because none of them are signed, none of them are recorded. Probably we haven't done this since 2024. So I'm glad that there's many of you here who have never seen these witness statements before. And we're going to keep going over them and going over them and going over them until the people who murdered John O'Keefe, or person who did it, is brought to justice. Now she's adding to her statement, specifically telling him to drive past Bella's house on the right. Jen said that John would know where Bella lives, as she's a friend of Kaylee. Okay. This is like, yeah, it's a lot of red. I was crazy with my red pen this day because it was outraging me so much. It was the first time I ever read it. Kind of like, it's kind of like, the bump, right? The bump, the nudge, tickling the wire. Jennifer McCabe now is getting crafty. She's like, oh, if I say that I mention that go by Bella's house, maybe that'll really make Karen mad. And then that would give her a reason to kill him. Because John used to date Bella's mom. There's the motive. Got to embellish some more. Make it look like Karen smashed into him in a jealous rage because she was so jealous that Jen McCabe, maybe on speaker, brought up Bella's mom. She didn't tell Proctor that. She didn't tell Lank that. But by February 1st, it's part of the story. Jen said that while she was at the house, someone said that there was a car outside. Oh, so someone else noticed it first? Who was that? Someone, just someone. Does this Trooper Prince have any intellectual curiosity about who told Jen that there was a car outside? Jen looked out the front door of the house and saw the car. She assumed it was John and Karen. She said that she did not notice what kind of car it was. Oh, thought it was a big black SUV. Jen said she's not good at identifying cars and was not able to provide a description of the car. Wait, hold on. I still have Proctor's statement up. She told Proctor on the 29th, Jennifer observed a large black SUV on the street outside the house. Black SUV, black SUV, black SUV. But by February 1st, she's not good with cars and she doesn't know what kind of car it was. Why? Why is she walking it back? Or is it because Kathleen Prince typed up her report immediately? And Proctor didn't type his up until April. So he embellished because they really needed to pin it on the girl, because that was right before they convened a grand jury to upgrade her charges to murder. Oh, is it all making sense to you now? Is it all making sense to you now? Yeah. Interesting, right? Because Proctor's interview was first. It was before Kathleen Prince's. They had to have it airtight. If she takes a plea, it'll all be over. But if not, it's going to be a whole episode. Jen said she's not good at identifying cars and was not able to provide a description of the car, which is so funny because 3 days before she told Michael Proctor that it was a large black SUV. That was Karen's car. She noticed that the vehicle was facing in the opposite direction of how it would have been if they had followed the directions provided earlier. Jen then texted John at 12:21 a.m. here. She texted John again at 12:31 a.m. and told him to pull behind her vehicle. She looked out the window a little while later and noticed that the car was further away from the house, closer to the neighbor. 12:40 a.m., she texted again and said, "Hello, where are you?" There was no response from John. Jen said that her phone shows a call from her phone to John around that time, but she thinks she dialed him by accident when she was putting her phone in and out of her pants pocket. The next time that she looked out the window, the car was gone. She did not think anything of it and thought that they just decided to not come in. Jen said that she and her husband were at the house from around 11:45 a.m. to 1:30 a.m. Well, clearly a scrivener's error. It must have been 11:45 p.m. She said that she and her husband drove two of her nephew's friends home and then they went home. Okay, so she added that. Here come the butt dials, right? The butt dials have entered the chat. Wait a second. Hold on. What document do I have up? I think I was reading off the wrong document. Okay, this is the February 1st interview. Okay, got it. The following morning, Jen got a call from Kaylee, John's niece. Kaylee said, "Hi, Jen. Karen needs to talk to you." Karen got on the phone and was yelling, "John never came home." Karen told Jen that she left him at the waterfall. Jen thought that perhaps he was with a friend. Jen said that she checked with Julie Albert to see if he had gone to their house. Well, there you go. There you go. Because around this day, this is around the day that Jennifer McCabe willingly gave up her phone. Why would Jen make, and that explains the call to Julie Albert. And Julie Albert said, "That's how I found out that John was dead, because at 4:53 a.m., I got a call from Jen McCabe. I had a missed call from Jen McCabe." Well, well, well. I don't know. I'm gonna imagine in my fantasy that Kathleen Prince is a really good investigator. And I'm gonna imagine that she drafted this report very soon thereafter, in close proximity to the time of this exact interview on February 1st. And I'm going to assume Kathleen Prince is accurate and that Jennifer McCabe told Kathleen Prince that she checked with Julie Albert to see if John O'Keefe had gone to their house. Why would he? She knew they were going to find out. She made a call to Julie Albert. She had to think of a reason why she would call Julie Albert. And that, because they had a couple of days now to get the timeline together, that had to be the reason. Why would he have gone to their house? He was not friendly with Colin Albert's parents, Julie and Chris. But she knew that if they got her phone, and I think she got her phone, they got her phone willingly around this day, maybe February 1st, there was going to be a call to Julie Albert early morning. She needed a reason. I don't know, just pointing things out, to spitballing with you. Jen explained to Karen that she did not leave him at the waterfall because they were outside Jen McCabe's sister's house after the waterfall. Karen then told Jen that when she got home, John was not with her. Okay. Jen began to think of other friends that John might have ended up going to, such as Tom Beatty. But he was not there either. Right. Because there are calls on Jen McCabe's phone to Tom Beatty. And she had to have a reason why she called Tom Beatty the morning of January 29th of 2022. This may be after she willingly gave up her phone, remember? And she said to the troopers, is it okay if I delete some of the communications with my kids? And they were like, yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. And she said, well, I willingly gave up my phone. Yeah. Nikki Crayon says, Kathleen Price, paging Kathleen Price, please report to the snark tank at your earliest convenience. I mean, does everybody get a promotion to Boston PD after they need them out of Norfolk DA's office or, Canton PD? Does everyone get a promotion with a raise? Or is it just the women who don't want to play along? Yep. Kate says, how would Jen know about Tom, Beatty, and Erin? Did Colin tell Allie he called Erin? I don't know. But doesn't all of this deserve a fresh set of eyes? And all 5,800 of you that are here, plus, smash the like button, if you will. Smash the like button. Many of you have never seen these documents, right? If you have never seen these original witness statements that are actual documents from the Massachusetts State Police, if you've never seen them before, put a 1 in the chat. I just want to get an idea how many of you this might be all new to you. You might not even know the depth to which this depravity has sunk. A lot of people have never seen this before. I'm so glad we're doing this again. We can't do it enough. Rosie says, Colin Albert Jr. called Tom Beatty's daughter just after 12 a.m. I don't remember what time it was, but I believe that there was a call. Is this why Jen called Tom? Julie says, calling Tom was to cover up for Colin that called his daughter? I don't know. A lot of people have never seen these. Wow. The gift that keeps on giving, Norfolk County. A lot of you have never seen this before. Good. I'm glad we're doing it. Are you glad we're doing it? So Jen began to think of other friends that John might have ended up going to, such as Tom Beatty, but he was not there either. Karen was telling Jen that Karen, had not planned to stay at John's house that night and that John would not have stayed out all night, leaving Kaylee home alone overnight. Yeah, and all that was true. Karen had a plumbing issue. She wanted to get back home. She knew there was going to be a storm. She didn't want to leave her alone. At some point while they were talking on the phone, Karen got into her car and started driving. Jen said that Karen was hysterical, screaming. Karen drove to Jen's house. Well, remember in the first statement to Proctor, Jen said that she told Karen to come to her house. And now she's saying Karen just did it sua sponte. Right? She told Proctor on the 29th, Jennifer told Karen to come to her house and they will go look for John together. Now she's changing her story, changing it a little bit. While they were on the phone, Karen got into her car and started driving. Karen was hysterical, screaming, and Karen drove to Jen's house. She's not saying she told her to come there. And the plot thickens. Jen said that when Karen showed up at her house around 5:30 a.m., now it's 5:30, but I thought she looked at the Life 360 data, and that told her that it was 5:39. But now it's 5:30. She went outside and started to drive Karen's car to John's house. She said that they got to John's house around 5:45 a.m. Well, shortly thereafter, Kerry arrived. I wrote in the notes here on the side of the margins, Kerry who, because she doesn't say Kerry Roberts, and the trooper does not write Kerry Roberts. Okay. Proctor's report that was drafted in April, but allegedly taken at 11:30 a.m. on January 29th says 5:39, according to Jennifer's Life 360, at 5:39, Karen arrived at the McCabe's house. This report, taken closer in time and drafted probably very close in time to when it was taken, says that Karen showed up at around 5:30 a.m. They got to John's house around 5:45. Life 360, according to Proctor, said 5:46. And Trooper Prince says shortly after Kerry arrived. Well, didn't Kerry testify that she went to Jennifer McCabe's house? This is where I had a lot of problems with this when I first read it. And after the first trial, when Kerry Roberts testified that she went to Jennifer McCabe's house too. Both of these statements from Jennifer McCabe say that she and Karen went back to One Meadows and that then Kerry showed up. Why? We saw the video. Didn't they all arrive around the same time and they all run into the house? Nobody looks at the taillight. Kerry Roberts had a whole story about how she pulled up to Jennifer McCabe's house. Right? And she drove behind them to John's house. Right. So why is Jennifer McCabe telling Proctor and Kathleen Prince that Kerry didn't show up until they were back at One Meadows? Did she not know whether Kerry was going to play along at that point? I don't know. Shortly after Kerry arrived, they looked in John's house to make sure he was not there. The three decided to all get into one vehicle to look for him. They took Kerry's car. Jen said that Karen was saying things like, "Could I have hit him? Look at the crack in my taillight. There's a crack in it." This is all new. Jen said that she did notice damage to the taillight. Jen said that Karen was so hysterical and was saying so many things that Jen did not think that Karen actually hit him. Jen did not think that Karen actually hit him. Karen was also saying things about him possibly being with old girlfriends. Oh, there it is. There's the jealousy. Let's get the jealousy angle in there. Jen said that they probably got on the road around 5:53 a.m. to go look for John. Probably got on the road at 5:53 a.m. Well, isn't that so funny? Because Michael Proctor said that Jennifer McCabe showed him her Life 360 data and that they actually did leave at 5:53 a.m. Kerry was driving. Karen was in the back seat and Jen was in the passenger seat. They pulled down to Fairview from Chapman Street. Jen said that as they were approaching the 34 Fairview house, Karen said, "Pull the effing car over. There he is." Jen said that she did not notice him, but Karen did. Kerry stopped in the middle of the road and Karen jumped out of the car and went to him. Jen said that John was in the area of where she had last seen the vehicle the night prior. What a coincidence. Jen said that he was on the lawn. There was a coating of about 6 inches of snow on him. Karen threw herself on top of him. He was lying on his back and his phone was on the ground underneath him. Well, that's interesting. That's new information too. How did Jennifer McCabe know that his phone was on the ground underneath him on February 1st? Did Jennifer McCabe pick up his phone? Because Kerry Roberts testified at trial number 2 that she picked up his phone. He was lying on his back and his phone was on the ground underneath him. She didn't tell Proctor that. January 29th. How did she know that? As far as we know, she never even went over to the body. Remember, she stayed by the car and she called 911. I don't think did she ever go over to the body? I'll read that again. Karen threw herself on top of him. He was lying on his back and his phone was on the ground underneath him. Jen McCabe knew that by February 1st. She told 911 that they just turned him over, but she said they. She didn't say we, right? Did she say we or they? Chen said that she called 911. They attempted CPR, and then the ambulance and police arrived. Chen said that Karen was very hysterical. She was asking people if she had hit him. Again, if she had hit him. Karen was told to sit in a car. Jen went over to Karen when she was in the car. Jen observed Karen to have blood on her hands and face. Karen was holding her hands up and was saying, "I have my period." So bizarre. Jen said that she told Karen that was not her blood, that it was John's blood from them doing CPR. Funny how the dash cam of several of the vehicles that showed up picked up a lot of audio. None of it was about Karen on her period, right? Jen said that she told Karen that was not her blood at all, that it was John's blood from doing CPR. Jen also stated that while her and Karen were in the back of the car, Karen was yelling and screaming one moment and then completely calm the next. Well, remember how was it Dr. LaPasada who was allowed to testify, or was it Dr. Russell who was allowed to testify? And finally, in trial number 2, that when people are in shock and horror, that they say crazy things. And they may blame themselves, and they may utter things that make them think that it was their fault. I think it was Dr. LaPasada, right? I mean, Dr. Russell. They opened the door on this. It's Dr. Russell, right? Yeah, one of our queens. Yannetti said she had her period, and that's why she didn't want to pee in a cup without privacy. Says Melanie Fox. I don't know. Wendy Taylor said I did the same thing when my husband died. I'm so sorry. Queen Russell, yep. Jen said that they prayed the Our Father together. Karen then immediately yelled at Jen 2 times to Google, "How long do you have to be left outside to die from hypothermia?" 2 times. How long do you have to be left outside to die from hypothermia? Really? Do you believe that? Well, we know that Kerry Roberts lied to the grand jury when she told the grand jury that she heard Karen say that. Kerry Roberts lied to the grand jury, technically. She didn't hear it. But Jennifer McCabe needed her to hear it. Why does Jennifer McCabe hold so much power over these people? Oh, just wait until we get to the family discord. We're going to get there too. Karen then immediately yelled at Jen 2 times to Google, "How long do you have to be left outside to die from hypothermia?" I mean, think about that. Is that realistic? How long do you have to be left outside? Oh, well done. Well done, Tom Michael. Left outside. How long? Oh, there's a little grain of truth in there, isn't there? Little grain of truth. How long do you have to be left outside? Well done. That's interesting. Did Trooper Kathleen Prince record this interview? Is there a recording of this interview somewhere? We know they have the capability to do that because they were recording Harry Turk in 2020. Good catch, Michael. Good catch. How long do you have to be left outside to die from hypothermia? It's called self-snitching. Thank you, Serenity. It's called self-snitching. That's what Bruce Rivers, the criminal lawyer, would call it. There it is, self-snitching. How long do you have to be left outside to die from hypothermia? Who left him outside? Wow. Yes, die is also the operative word because Karen might have said, how long can you survive in the cold? How long can a person survive in the cold? Not how long do you have to be left outside to die from hypothermia? I mean, that sounds like self-snitching to me. How about you? I might have to take a break and go grab my chapstick. Hang on. Because my studio chapstick is not in the studio chapstick bowl. I think I moved it to my purse or my other room. How long do you have to be left outside to die from hypothermia? Jen was unsure if she, Karen, was brought from the scene by ambulance to the hospital. You know damn well that she was taken to the hospital by ambulance. You knew damn well that she was taken there. Now she's unsure? Wow. The highlighter's not working right now on this page, but if it did, I would highlight this in pink. Right. There it is. How long do you have to be left outside to die from hypothermia? Wow, that was a tell. It's a tell. Some people call it a tell. Some people call it a self-snitch. Isn't that interesting? And it was only in Kathleen Prince's report, and Kathleen Prince was never called to testify at trial. And wasn't it Tully who said, you know, it's not unusual for people to not wear a jacket when it's snowing. I wear shorts in the winter. Jen is telling us everything. Trooper Kathleen Prince, paging, Trooper Kathleen Prince, do the right thing. Do the right thing, Trooper Kathleen Prince. Do the right thing. Why did they rehome you? Were you rehomed? Are you still with MSP? I have so many questions. Jen was asked about what Karen and John were like when they were at the water club. The water club? No, it's the waterfall, but that's okay. I'll give her a pass on this. She said that she did not notice them fighting. She has known them to be together as a couple for about 2 years, and to her knowledge, they loved each other. They loved each other. According to Kathleen Prince's statement, she said that she did not think that there were any issues between them. Jen said that the only thing she can think of is that once Karen made a comment that if there were not any kids, they would not have anything to fight over. Kevin from South Boston is here. He's like, hi, I just arrived. Please start over. You're going to have to rewind. You've missed a lot, but we haven't been talking about you yet. Once Karen made a comment that if there were not any kids, they would not have anything to fight about. Well, I can tell you why I think she said that. To alienate the O'Keeffes from Karen. What do you think? GV says, why was Kerry asking who wrote the report that AJ was referring to? And AJ was like, Trooper Prince, does it matter? And she went all weird. Oh, that's a good point. If anybody wants to send me a link to the exact portion of her testimony where she says that, but send it to me from Law and Crime or Court TV so that I can tell if there's any sidebars. And there's a way to send me the link where it just actually goes to exactly that portion of the video. Fanbase at mlittlelaw.com. We can play it because you guys are amazing and you're collaborative. I don't have a team. I don't have a production team. It's just me. It's just me. And I got to talk. So it's hard when I look and talk, but I'm sure you guys can find it. And how did Jen know that John's phone was underneath him when they only just had discovered him on the lawn and she didn't even go over to the body? Jen told Karen that was very normal. Jen asked about their level of intoxication, and she said that they were both drinking but did not appear to be drunk. They did not appear to be drunk. XOXO Trooper Kathleen Prince, badge number 2791, Kathleen M. Prince. Steve O24 says they know the phone was there because they put it there. No. And I'm sure that Kathleen Prince is a good investigator, and I'm sure she put the date on this report, but it's not there. Why is it not there? Because she probably transcribed this on February 1st, as opposed to Michael Proctor, who interviewed her on January 29th and did not draft his report until April 6th. Things that make you go, Well, we've got more. Yes, thanks, Zoe. When you're viewing a YouTube video, it has to be on your laptop, though. I think you can't do it from your phone, Zoe. Click the share button, click the box that says at this point in video, then copy the link. Exactly. But I think it has to be done from a laptop, not a phone. Right? All right, breaking news, I believe, in Kelsey Fitzsimmons. It looks like, it's so funny because when we did a show the other day, this is what I predicted. That there's a note in the court docket that says on Kelsey Fitzsimmons, this matter shall be submitted for the court's consideration on the papers filed by the parties on December 3rd. And so it seems that they're going to discuss it on December 3rd. I do not think there will be oral argument. And so we do know that the papers from the Commonwealth are, we read Kelsey's brief by Tim Bradel and Martha Coakley. What's today, Wednesday? On Monday, that when it broke, it literally landed in my inbox minutes before I went live. We read Kelsey Fitzsimmons' entire appellate brief to the full panel. That was the deadline, 11:10. By 11:20, the Commonwealth's response is due, and it looks like it's going to be on the papers. And I said that too. I said they're probably not going to need oral argument on this because it's so effing obvious that it should be overturned. So that's good, in my opinion. They don't need it. It's too obvious. That's okay. We like watching oral arguments, but that's okay. I'll allow it. It's not up to me, but what else? Okay, moving on. While we're here and I've got all these statements up, I also pulled up the statement of NICOLE Albert. So why don't we look at that before we move on to the next video that I have. And this is so interesting because NICOLE Albert is not even interviewed by Yuri and Michael Proctor until February 3rd, which is after the arraignment that we just watched before. Okay? Coco loves to clean. She loves to clean. Boy, she looked like a scared rabbit on the stand. All of these people, well, Jennifer McCabe and Carrie Roberts testified at both trials, but NICOLE Albert, Brian Albert, they only testified at the first trial. This is from Sergeant Yuri Bukhenik to Tully. The interview was February 3rd, and Tully was able to type up his report by February 23rd. So it only took him, 3 weeks to type it up, around 20 days. Regarding Nicole Albert. Hold on one second. Give me a sec. One moment, please. Okay, before I start on this, I have to go grab my chapstick. So I'm going to put this on the screen for you. Do not fear. I will be right back. I'll be right back. Hold, please. Hit the like button while you're waiting. That's a great idea. Great idea. Okay. And because I love helpful hints. Do you guys know about this stuff? This is Laneige. I don't know. It's like a lip mask. You put it on overnight and your lips are totally healed by the morning. Check it out. Check it out. I think it's on my Amazon list, which is like linked below the video. It's the best, greatest stuff for chap lips. All right, back. Well, I'm back. We're talking about Coco now. We're back to Coco. The subject is Nicole Albert. She's born in 1970. And they did this interview at 34 Fairview Road in Canton regarding the O'Keefe motor vehicle homicide. They did the interview on February 3rd of 2022 after Karen Reed was already arraigned. Go figure. And Coco was the hostess with the mostess who was having everybody over that night, and she was cleaning. On February 3rd, 2022, at approximately 5:20 p.m., Trooper Proctor and I, Proctor N. Bukhenik, went to interview Coco, traveled to 34 Fairview Road in Canton for a pre-scheduled interview with Nicole Albert, born in 1970, at her residence. Through our investigation into the death of John O'Keefe, Nicole had been identified as a witness present with the group of friends at Waterfall Bar and Grill on January 28th of 2022. Nicole is also the resident with her husband, Brian, who invited some friends and family back to 34 Fairview Road in Canton following the bar closing for the night and was a witness to events inside the home. Ooh, what events? What events happened inside the home? The following is a summary of information requested and provided by Nicole during that interview with Trooper Proctor and me. Oh, this is funny. After being invited into the home by Nicole and her husband, Brian, remember, after formal introductions, after being invited into the home, I was going to say that weekend at Bevy's Cocoa script provided by her husband. Well, that's interesting too, because if they interview Brian on January 29th of 2022 at the McCabe's house, oddly enough, why did they wait so long to interview Coco? I have questions. Oh, Yuri and Proctor, Yuri went to Vermont to look for Coco. Yuri met with Coco. Somebody said, did they ever follow up on Chloe being rehomed in Vermont? Anne wants to know, remember he testified at trial number 2 that he actually went to Vermont? And then where he didn't say where, he wouldn't tell us where, but then when we were going over the invoices of trial number 2, we found invoices for his hotel and everything in Vermont. Went there, they sent him there. Crazy. No, it's so crazy. She was a witness to events inside the home. After being invited into the home by Nicole and her husband, Brian, Trooper Proctor and I formally introduced ourselves and thanked the both of them for their time. Why would you need to formally introduce yourself, Proctor, when you had met Brian when you interviewed him, at least? Weird, right? Trooper Proctor, well, maybe they didn't meet Coco. And thank the both of them for their time. Thank you so much for agreeing to speak to us. Nicole began by saying that she does not know Karen and had never met her prior to the 28th of January. She had met John O'Keefe once or twice out in a social setting. Nicole shared that she was aware that John had recently moved near her sister's home and only knew him as Kaylee's uncle. On the night of January 28th, Nicole stated that she met her sister Julie, daughter whose name begins with a T, and her boyfriend out at dinner at approximately 7:30 p.m. at the Waterfall Bar and Grill. Wait. It wasn't Caitlin? I mean, that clearly says daughter with a T. Can you see what I'm saying? Look. Does she have another daughter? Do not say the daughter's name. But if she does have another daughter whose name begins with T, let me know, because we thought it was Caitlin. No, it says daughter T, and it's redacted, and her boyfriend out at dinner. At approximately 7:30 p.m. at the Waterfall Bar and Grill. Why were we led to believe that it was Caitlin that was with them? Huh. Are they trying to keep the other daughter out of it? Coco has another daughter, but his name does not begin with T. Well, do Julie and Chris Albert have a daughter whose name begins with T? It's not Tristan. It's redacted. I did not redact it. It was already redacted. You think they wrote the daughter's name down wrong as Tristan? I don't know. Now I'm confused. Well, it says on the night of January 28th, Nicole stated that she met her sister Julie, daughter T, something redacted, and her boyfriend out at dinner at approximately 7:30 p.m. at the Waterfall Bar and Grill. At approximately 9 p.m., Jen and Matt McCabe met Nicole and Julie at the bar, and then approximately 10 p.m., Brian came out after his return from New York City. Yes. Brian Albert didn't get there until 10 p.m. And he drove back all the way from New York City with Brian Higgins because they went to a police officer's funeral in New York City. They left Caitlin's name out and then put Tristan's boyfriend. Oh, that's interesting. I don't have an unredacted copy of this statement, so maybe they left Caitlin's name out by accident. That could be. Could be. At approximately 11 p.m., Nicole remembered that John and Karen came into the bar and were positioned on the opposite end of the high top table as the group was occupying. Nicole recalled John coming over once and asking if they wanted anything from the bar. Nicole stated that John was wearing jeans, sneakers, and a hat. At approximately midnight, Nicole stated that she left the waterfall and was met at her home by her sister Jen McCabe, brother-in-law Matt McCabe, and husband Brian. So she didn't go home with Brian? She was met by her husband Brian? Listen, I'm going to read it again. At approximately midnight, Nicole stated that she left the waterfall and was met at her home by her sister Jen McCabe, brother-in-law Matt McCabe, and husband Brian. Who did Brian go home with? They might have had two cars because I think Brian Albert came with Brian Higgins because I think, and I may be remembering this wrong, but I think that Brian Albert flew to New York and then drove back with Higgins. And so Brian Albert wouldn't have had his car, but he didn't go home with Nicole. Brian walked. I have questions. I don't remember any testimony about how he got from the waterfall to his house. But she's clearly saying that she didn't go with him. Nicole went on to say that all the guests left her home an hour later at approximately 1 a.m. on the 29th of January. Well, all the guests did, maybe, but that really isn't true because Caitlin was the last one to leave. We finally found out, right? And I guess Caitlin's not considered a guest because Caitlin lives there, right? Brian Albert testified that he drove Caitlin and Nicole home. Emily C. says, no one around here walks anywhere. Chris didn't walk home and Brian definitely didn't. This is giving me more questions than I even had to begin with because I completely forgot about this witness statement. Huh. But we know from Jennifer McCabe's statement, hold on, because I still have it pulled up here, that she says that she left at 1:30. She told Proctor she left at 1:30. Nicole is saying that everyone left at approximately 1 a.m. Later on, during the morning hours of January 29th of 2022, Nicole stated that she was still in bed when her sister Jen came into the room and shared with Nicole what had happened outside and that John was found deceased on the edge of her property by the street in the snow. Well, she's very careful to say he was found deceased on the edge of her property by the street in the snow. Was Brian Albert standing over her while she was giving this statement to Proctor and Bukhenik? Her sister Jen came into the room. We know that she burst into the room. And the dog didn't bark because the dog wasn't in the room. Because where did Chloe go? Why was Chloe taken out of the house? So many questions. All right, moving on. She was still in bed. She doesn't say she was asleep, right? She doesn't say she was dead asleep when Jen came bursting into the room or came into the room. She says she was still in bed. You know why? Because she got a phone call from Jennifer McCabe at 5:07 a.m. Interesting choice of words. She was still in bed. If she was asleep, wouldn't she say she was asleep? Or she was awoken when Jen came into her house? She was still in bed when her sister, Jen, came into the room and shared with Nicole what had transpired outside and that John was found deceased on the edge of the property by the street in the snow. She also didn't Jennifer McCabe also make 2 calls to Coco from outside the car, like around the time of the 911 calls that she says were unanswered. And Emily C says she's hiding under her covers like a kid who had a nightmare because her life was about to become a nightmare. Yeah. And I think if we go back and watch her testimony, I remember how scared she was during that testimony. And she looked to me like a victim of something. I don't know what goes on in that house or what went on in that house, but she looked to me like she was very afraid to be there, that she did not want to be testifying, and that she did not want to be perhaps telling anything other than the truth, but perhaps she had been, I don't know, threatened. I don't know. I mean, that would be real witness intimidation, right? Somebody told Nicole that she had to lie on the stand or else something was going to happen to her. I don't know. I felt bad for Nicole. As I recall, during trial number 1, Nicole stated that she never left her home, and by the time she came down the stairs, Canton Fire Department must have transported both John and Karen from the scene. So she knew that Karen was taken away from the scene by Canton Fire Department. How many family meetings do you think that they had between January 29th of 2022 in the early morning, or, let's say midnight, let's say between 12:30 a.m. on January 29th, 2022, and the date of this interview, which is, what did we say, February 3rd? Six days. How many family meetings do you think they had? How many family text messages do you think they had? Remember the group text message between, and I think it was between Nicole and Jennifer McCabe. And it was like, don't worry, we'll find out more tomorrow. And then the more tomorrow, it was found out that they did go by 34 Fairview very slowly, she said. But then it turned out that her phone was there for a longer time. It was like the day after, and they went over to One Meadows, and everybody was there. Even the auto body guy was there. Remember? Even the auto body guy was there. Don't worry, we'll find out tomorrow. Don't want to text about it. We'll find out more tomorrow. Remember? I'm pretty sure that stuff happened before February 3rd. But, Emily, there might be another chart in your future. Emily said, oh, maybe that's already on your chart. She says they did a lot on February 3rd. They found more taillight. They photographed One Meadows, Joe Paul's accident reconstruction, and these interviews. Wow, February 3rd was a busy, busy day. And you know what's so weird about that? Karen Read was already arraigned and charged. And then they started to, pick up the pieces, as it were. Pick up the pieces. That's another great song that's on the playlist. According to Nicole, there was no fights, arguments, or altercations at any time during the night between anyone present at Waterfall or her home at 34 Fairview Road. When you deny something that nobody's even talking about, you're really trying to make sure that nobody thinks there was a fight at your house. There was no fights, arguments, or altercation at any time during the night or between anyone present at Waterfall or her home at 34 Fairview Road in Canton. Nicole stated that everything was fine, and she remembered John talking to her sister Jen at the bar. Nicole did not observe any injuries on John while he was present at the bar. Nicole shared that her and Brian walked out of Waterfall prior to John and Karen, that the two were still at the bar at that time. So she's saying that she and Brian left before John and Karen. When asked about the utility box at the edge of her property, near the flagpole where John was found, Nicole stated that it had been open and slightly damaged for a long time prior to January 8th of 2022. Okay, so Why did they ask her that? Did Proctor and Bukhenik think that Karen might have backed into that utility box? And that would further their theory of this car accident that never really happened, according to the body of John O'Keefe. But NICOLE wasn't going to say that. She said, no, it's always been like that. We never really heard much more about that utility box, did we? Directing her attention to her home following the waterfall, NICOLE stated that she did not hear any arguments, noises coming from the outside of her home, and that neither John nor Karen came into the home at any point. NICOLE went on to say that she was not even aware that her sister Jen had even invited John and Karen to the house following the waterfall without having any additional information to share with Trooper Proctor and me. We thanked NICOLE for her time and concluded the interview. Where was Brian Albert during this interview? Maybe John pirouetted to the box. That could have happened, Sarah. How lucky was lucky? Imagine if they had tried to pin it on him, says Patty Garner. I think he was the original fall guy. I think they did want to pin it on him. And then they found out about the cracked taillight. And then it was like, we're going to pin it on the girl. She got a cracked taillight. What do we got to do to make it really obvious? Even though his body tells the story that he was not hit by a car. XOXO, Sergeant Yuri Bukhenik. He at no point came in the house and took his shoes off. Tell me what you notice. Tell me what you notice. If anything, what if anything do you notice from Nicole's statement? If you've never heard it before, even if you have. Every time I read these things, something new comes to me. Thanks, Scooter, for becoming a member. Expert Architect says, Chloe left in a big white duffel bag. Thank you for your super chat, Expert Architect. People say that's sad about John never coming into the house. The statement about John never coming in the house is most likely true. John was probably injured in the garage. And Steve-O says, oh, he was there, but in a different room. Nicole says, they've never been called Coco. I wear it, though. Yeah, absolutely. Coco's a great name. Coco Chanel. Own it, girl. I'll allow it. Thanks for your 5. Life of Choice says, I'm late, Mel. I tried to tell you, IA was told by Proctor he found out about the health because he had heard Karen on a call with her mom. Thank you. Thank you very much. I have that entire IA report somewhere. I think we even have the page, but I just don't have time to go look at it now. Thank you very much for telling me. And for your 5. And Gigi says, I'm telling the truth will set you free. If telling the truth will set you free, all these liars have a few 100-year sentences. Start eating ramen now. It's an acquired taste, so I heard. Thank you. Life of Josiah says, right, we just covered that one. Thank you. Gigi says, they have some pretty talented butts there to unlock a screen dial, number, hang up, redial the number 14 times. Yep. That is the truth. A lot of more butt dials than anywhere happen in Canton, apparently. Thanks, Lori Reed, for becoming a member. Tracy from Florida says, Prince had to do the interview to MSP. Prince had to do the interview so MSP stormtroopers could arrest Karen Reed. Right. Right. But it's interesting that Yuri and Proctor would allow anybody else to talk to her, to talk to Jen McCabe, because, you know, she might tell a different story or they might write down the wrong thing. Carrie's misunderstood question says, hi, Melanie, I know you're busy, but just wondering if you got my email about the hoodie I won from you back in September. Thank you. Love you. I got it while I was on vacation and now I'm back. And so now I need to follow up on that. And I will follow up on that and find out why you didn't get it. And if it was mailed to you and it got returned or something, I will make sure that they send you a new one. I will absolutely look into that. Thank you. Wait, is this the one? Is this the one that went to Ireland and they sent it to the wrong place? Send me another email, because somebody sent me an email that says that it went to Ireland you had, and it went to the wrong part of Ireland and they had to send it back. And if that was you, I don't know what I can do about that because it doesn't get sent back to me. It gets sent back to Spreadshop. So what I could do is give you their information and you can call them with the order number and hopefully they will ship you another one. But since it was shipped to you, I think you're the one who has to do that. So send me another one and I'll send you the order number. And they're pretty good about that. The merch doesn't come from me. It comes from Spreadshop, which is a third-party vendor. And so they are in charge of those things. And I'd be happy to give you their information. You could email it them or do whatever you need to do because you will get it done far faster than I will. I promise you. Thank you. Gigi said, I think Yuri's first language is stupid. Can't find that in the dictionary. Thanks, Gigi, for all your super chats today. KLM says, off topic, but the Walsh hearing is back on the docket for Friday at 9 a.m. Well, hold on. Let me see if I have that on my calendar. I do not. This Friday, the 14th? Okay, excellent. Thank you for telling me. I'm going to put it in our calendar right now. Is this the competency hearing? All right, I'm just going to put it in my calendar and I will look up the further details later. I thank you so very much for your collaborative nature. I will find out what it's about and we will cover that live. Just like we're going to cover, I think there was another hearing this week. Hold on. Kelsey Fitzsimmons has a probate court hearing at 8:30 on the 13th, I think, on my calendar. It's probably not. It's probably definitely not going to be televised or anything such as like that. Karen Reed's civil hearing is the 21st, which is a week from Friday. I do have Walsh in my calendar for Monday the 17th at 9, but I got to go and check and see if all of these dates are still happening. But thank you, KLM. If that is happening on Friday, we will cover. And Coco became a new member. Did you change your name to Coco, Nicole? I like it. I'll allow it. It's awesome. Coco became a member. Katie Goggins said they tried to say the garage is a dwelling, so not part of the house. Thank you, Catherine, for your Venmo, who says, for my legal education, thanks, Mel, you rock. No, you do. You do, Catherine, you do. All right. So, I mean, we started this stream out by trying to figure out whether Michael Proctor really did go to 34 Fairview on the 29th of January of 2022. And Michael Morrissey was very, very, very adamant that he did not. Do you remember? Oh, come with me, if you will, all the way back to April of 2023. Wild Lilac, I think I thanked you for making the cash app, but if I didn't, you're amazing. Says, thanks for your hard work. Crack this case wide open. Wide open. They're going to try and make us shut up about this, but we're not going to. Because there's not going to be justice for John O'Keefe until the real person or people are actually facing the consequences of the murder of John O'Keefe, right? Of course, right. So back on August 25th of 2025, August 25th of 2023, Michael Morrissey released what I call his hostage video. And the reason that I call it his hostage video is because it looks like he's reading from a script and someone is off camera holding a weapon at his head. And when I first said that about this hostage video, I sort of was joking. And the more you know, the more things came out about it. And it does seem that he was emailing, or at least David Traub, who was the mouthpiece PR guy at the time for the Norfolk DA's office. David Traub was emailing with someone named Julie. And in those emails that were released pursuant to a FOIA request, David Traub said to Julie, oh, funny coincidence, or something like that. I'm summarizing. Funny coincidence. But we were actually videotaping that statement that you suggested. Many of you have already seen this before. I will play the whole thing after, but the first part of it that I want to play is where he starts talking about Michael Proctor. And boy, is he adamant that Michael Proctor did not go to 34 Fairview on the day of January 29th of 2022. Hang on. I got it in exactly the right spot. All right, just let me know that you can hear this. Now, remember, this was tape recorded in Michael Morrissey's conference room. There was no press there, and it was just released to the press. It was sent out to the press. He didn't take any questions because nobody was in the room except for him. And I don't know if he was holding up the camera himself or if he had a camera person or what. I don't know who else was in the room, but I am dying to know. And David Yannetti said once in open court that this video is being shown to law students to teach them what a district attorney should never do. All right. This was released August. I think it was August 25th of 2023. And here's the part where he talks about whether or not Michael Proctor went to 34 Fairview to investigate the scene of the crime.
Desperate attempt to reassign guilt. Michael Proctor, the state police trooper, being accused of planting evidence outside 34 Fairview Road, was never at Fairview Road on the day of the incident. Proctor and his state police partner traveled together the entire day while other officers were processing 34 Fairview.
Wow. You mean the lead investigator from the Massachusetts State Police never went to the scene of the murder? Really? And the more he denies it, and the more he tries to make it seem like Michael Proctor is really such a shitty investigator, and his supervisor, Yuri Bukhenik, that they never went to the scene of the crime, makes me feel like they did, right? And maybe that's where they did the interviews. How could they not have gone there? Other officers were processing? Well, no, because Canton PD was conflicted out, and they cleared the scene before 8 a.m., and they found that broken cocktail glass that didn't match the glass on the bumper. And they found the cocktail glass and some drops of blood that they put in the red Solo cups that was given to them by Tom Kelleher of the Canton PD, who lived right across the street, who's, ring cameras didn't catch anything of note. Nothing interesting. And then the scene was cleared for the entire day. There was nobody there, wasn't guarded, it wasn't secured at all until the CERT team came, I don't know, around after 5 p.m. when it was getting dark, or it was already dark. And then they started finding the taillight pieces after Karen's car was in the Sallyport. Lally says differently. That's right. Lally said he was there. We watched that at the beginning of the stream at the arraignment. Michael Morrissey just said, and I'm going to play it again. And he made this statement at the behest of certain witnesses who were allegedly being harassed by Turtle Boy.
Michael Proctor, the state police trooper, being accused of planting evidence outside 34 Fairview Road, was never at Fairview Road on the day of the incident. Proctor and his state police partner traveled together the entire day while other officers were processing 34 Fairview. Trooper Proctor was not there and did not plant evidence at 34 Fairview Road. In addition to having no opportunity to plant the evidence, as has been suggested, Proctor would have no motive to do so. Trooper Proctor had no close personal relationship with any of the parties involved in the investigation and had no conflict. And he had no reason to step out of this investigation.
Well, I don't know. They have the total phone extraction now, and I'm likely they have his location data too. So let's see how well this ages. Let's see how well this ages. Mr. Morrissey. Wow, this is when Morrissey was held in the basement for a wildly long time, says Mary B. I like what you did there. I see what you did there. The stories that Proctor's phone is going to tell, in my opinion, the house of cards is going to come crumbling down. My opinion. And we'll see. what he knew. Who forced him to make this statement? This was also right after the Commonwealth had moved for a gag order and it was denied by Judge Cannoni, shockingly. Morrissey was pissed because I think something had aired right before this in August of 2023, whether it was Dateline, Nightline. Karen did an interview and the attorneys spoke out. And so he was pissed, or the witnesses were pissed. The witnesses who were being intimidated by Turtle Boy, and they forced him to make this statement. Maybe the phone will tell us. Maybe the phone will tell us. Right? Many of you may not have seen this hostage video. It's only 5 minutes long, and it is so chock full of goodness that I'm going to play it from the beginning so that you can hear everything that Michael Morrissey talks about. I mean, for a 5 minute and 44-second video, he's telling us everything. And this is going to age again, like milk, like milk. It needs to stop. I know, little cupcake, that's my favorite part too. It needs to stop. All right. Chaka, the patron saint of all of us, because we are in the land of the lost. There he is. There's Chaka up there. We're going to watch this again. Are you ready for it? Baby, let the games begin. Oh, they're beginning. Here we go.
This will be the first statement of its kind in my dozen years as Norfolk District Attorney. The harassment of witnesses in the murder prosecution of Karen Read is absolutely baseless. It should be an outrage to any decent person, and it needs to stop.
Oh, we are decent people, and we are outraged. We're outraged, but not about what you think we're outraged, what you think we should be outraged about.
Innuendo is not evidence. False narratives are not evidence. However, what evidence does show is that John O'Keefe never entered the home at 34 Fairview Road in Canton the night he died. Location data from his phone, recovered from the lawn beneath his body when he was transported to the hospital, shows that this phone did not enter that home. 11 people have given...
Man, every time I go over this, this is like textbook tainting the jury pool. This is what textbook tainting the jury pool looks like, right? He's telling the jury pool, he's telling the people of Norfolk County and everywhere else in Massachusetts and worldwide, because you are the eyes of the world and you've been watching around the world, that the cell phone evidence shows that John O'Keefe's phone did not enter that home. But that's not what we heard at trial number 2, right? Didn't Ian Whiffen said it could have gone in the home because it traveled 80 feet, and so it could have. But Michael Morrissey, the district attorney of Norfolk County, is out here in August of 2023, absolutely 100% attempting to taint the jury pool. 100%. Talking about location data, saying this as if it's fact. John O'Keefe never entered the home.
Evidence. False narratives are not evidence. However, what evidence does show is that John O'Keefe never entered the home at 34 Fairview Road in Canton the night he died. Location data from his phone, recovered from the lawn beneath his body when he was transported to the hospital, shows that this phone did not enter that home. 11 people have given statements.
Hold on. Location data from his phone recovered from the lawn. It is still very sketch who recovered this phone from the lawn. Carrie Roberts eventually cops to it like she's the one who picked it up, because it did travel a lot of steps and the phone did a lot of things before it got into evidence, right? It went up a whole bunch of stairs. It did a whole bunch of things. And now he's telling us, because Michael Morrissey knows that the phone was found on the lawn underneath his body, and he's telling everybody.
The night he died. Location data from his phone, recovered from the lawn beneath his body when he was transported to the hospital, shows that this phone did not enter that home. 11 people have given statements that they did not see John O'Keefe enter the home at 34 Fairview that night. 0 people have said that they saw him enter the home. 0.
Zero.
No one. Some have, without any evidence, pointed to 18-year-old Colin Albert, a nephew of the homeowner, and accused him of attacking John O'Keefe as he entered the home. But phone evidence shows O'Keefe never entered the home at all.
Yeah, this statement, in my opinion, was made to defend Colin Albert. That is the number. I know Zoe is good at keeping stats. I can keep stats too. That's the first time he mentioned Colin. Okay, Colin. He's going to mention Colin, I think, more than he mentions anyone else here. That's what made us think that maybe the Julie that was corresponding with David Trabb might have been Julie Albert. I don't really know. Could it have been Julie Grant? I don't know. From course, I don't know. Were there any other Julies involved here? I don't know. Where's Marcy's statement now? Right.
A nephew of the homeowner, without any evidence. 0. No one. Some have, without any evidence, pointed to 18-year-old Colin Albert, a nephew of the homeowner, and accused him of attacking John O'Keefe as he entered the home. But phone evidence shows O'Keefe never entered the home at all. Testimony from witnesses tell us that 18-year-old Colin Albert had left his uncle's home before John O'Keefe and Karen Reed had arrived outside the residence. There was no fight inside that home. John O'Keefe did not enter the home. Colin Albert, the young man being vilified, was not present when Reed's vehicle and John O'Keefe arrived on the street. This is a false narrative.
False narrative.
Colin Albert didn't commit murder. Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, and Brian Albert. These people were not part of a conspiracy and certainly did not commit murder or any crime that night. They have been forthcoming with authority, providing statements, and have not engaged in any cover-up. They are not suspects in any crime. They are merely witnesses in the case.
Okay, wait. Is he going to defend Higgins? Because he said Brian Albert, Jennifer McCabe, and Matt McCabe. He didn't say anything about Higgins. Is he going to defend Higgins? Let's see.
To have them accused of murder is outrageous. To have them harassed and intimidated based on false narratives and accusations is wrong.
To have Karen Reed accused of murder is outrageous because there are no injuries to John O'Keefe's body to support an automobile accident. That's what's outrageous. Grave concerns.
They are witnesses doing what our justice system asks of them. The autopsy of John O'Keefe was conducted by a forensic pathologist from the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. The doctor found that the injuries that left John helpless in the cold were not a result of a fight. She further found that the line of abrasions on his arm was consistent with blunt trauma, not...
Oh, yeah, that's right. Irene Scorti-Bello said that the injuries were not consistent with a fight. You know what's so funny about that? I mean, not funny, like ironic. Isn't it ironic, don't you think? That a medical examiner would put something in her report that the injuries were not consistent with. They were not consistent with a fight. Well, they also were not consistent with a drowning, with being stuck in a fire, with a plane crash, with being hit by a train. There were a lot of things that the injuries were not consistent with. But why specifically did it say the injuries were not consistent with a fight? Oh, yeah, because there was a fight. Because Michael Proctor and Yuri Bukhenik or someone maybe strong-armed her to put it in there. Why would she put what it's not consistent with? Have you ever seen an autopsy report that says the injuries were not consistent with X, Y, or Z? No. They talk about what the injuries are consistent with. That is your red flag number one, as if you don't have 10 of them right here. And Olivia says, every time I nearly have this entire statement memorized at this point, and despite hearing it probably hundreds of times, it continues to get worse each time. Right, and every time I discover something new. And she also says how outrageous of them to try evidence outside of the courtroom in this video. Marcy legitimately claimed new evidence, not a discovery, at the point of this video. Yes. Also ruled not a homicide. Correct. It was undetermined.
In the cold were not a result of a fight. That the injuries that left John helpless in the cold were not a result of a fight. She further found that the line of abrasions on his arm was consistent with blunt trauma.
When did she ever say that he was left helpless in the cold? Irene Squartibello never said that. Just pointing it out.
Not an animal attack. A grand jury of everyday citizens heard the documented evidence and testimony before making a decision. The subject of that murder indictment enjoys the constitutional presumption of innocence. Why should the witnesses who have committed no crime be afforded less by members of the community? They should not be harassed for telling the government what they heard or saw.
What members of the community are you accusing of harassing them besides Turtle Boy? What members of the community are harassing the people that you mentioned? Jennifer McCabe, Matt McCabe, Colin Albert, and Brian Albert. What members of the community have been harassing them, Mr. Morrissey? It's amazing, isn't it? This is August, okay? They're going to start trying to set Turtle Boy up to go to jail around this time. Maybe. Because he did go to jail the day after Christmas, 2023, for 60 days. And he was let out of jail in February of 2024 prior to the first Karen Read trial. And LIndsey Gaetani has published some proof that we're going to look at after this that indicates to me that they absolutely set her up to set him up. Because LIndsey Gaetani is telling us everything too. And boy, is she their worst nightmare right now. The worst nightmare of the Alberts and the McCabes, because she's got it all. She's got it all. And she's telling them everything.
I'm asking the Canton community and everyone who feels invested in this case to hear all the actual evidence at trial before assigning guilt to people who have done nothing wrong. And certainly before taking it upon yourself to harass citizens who evidence shows have done nothing in this matter but come forward and bear witness.
Bear witness.
We try people in the court and not on the internet for a reason.
And what are you doing right now, Mr. Morrissey? You're saying that Karen Read's defense is bullshit, that he never went in the house, and that she's guilty. Wow, pot meat kettle.
The internet has no rules of evidence. The internet has no punishment for perjury. And the internet does not know all the facts. Conspiracy theories are not evidence. The idea that multiple police department, EMTs, fire personnel, the medical examiner, and prosecuting agencies are joined in or taken in by a vast conspiracy should be seen for what it is, completely contrary to the evidence and a desperate attempt to reassign guilt.
Why is he talking about the evidence? Why is he talking about the evidence? And lying about the evidence, by the way. This is tainting the jury pool. This is textbook tainting the jury pool.
Michael Proctor, the state police trooper, being accused of planting evidence outside 34 Fairview Road, was never at Fairview Road on the day of the incident.
I can't wait for the phone.
Proctor and his state police partner traveled together the entire day while other officers were processing 34 Fairview. Trooper Proctor was not there and did not plant evidence at 34 Fairview Road.
See, we'll see.
In addition to having no opportunity to plant the evidence, as has been suggested, Proctor would have no motive to do so.
Oh.
Trooper Proctor had no close personal relationship with any of the parties involved in the investigation and had no conflict. And he had no reason to step out of this investigation. Every suggestion to the contrary is a lie.
A lie. This did not age well. Trooper Proctor's been fired because of his investigation into this case and his messages and his, drinking on the job with Kevin Albert and I don't know, so many other reasons that Michael Proctor was fired. And then he was abandoned by the union, which never happens. Michael Proctor is an overachiever. First of all, do you know how hard it is to get fired from the Massachusetts State Police? Well, he accomplished that. And then do you know how hard it is to get the union to pull support for you as a police officer? So hard. Like he's got like 2 goals out of the hat trick right now. And the third one is, oh yeah, they got his phone and they thought everything was they were only going to get 30 days worth of data. but they got everything going back to 2013. So, Mr. Morrissey, you should be afraid. You should be very afraid. You should be very afraid. Wow. Just wow. Can't wait to see what is on that phone. Because how is he not involved, this Mr. Morrissey, in my opinion? How is he not? Who gets out and makes a statement like this? Like, slam dunk. This is what the evidence shows. These people had nothing to do with it. Proctor wasn't at 34 Fairview. Proctor didn't plant evidence. Okay. Okay, FBI, you can come out now. Ollie Oxen free. What does he know? What is he hiding? Maybe nothing. Maybe something. I don't know. It's just my opinion.
This should be seen for what it is and not used as a pretext to attack and harass others.
Oh.
What is happening to the witnesses, some with no actual involvement in the case, is wrong. It is contrary to the American values of fairness and the constitutional value of a fair trial. It needs to stop now.
Needs to stop.
I am releasing this recorded statement rather than holding a news conference because my remarks need to be so narrowly tailored to the issue at hand while the prosecution is pending in Superior Court. But the message is the same. What is happening to these innocent people, these witnesses, is wrong and it needs to stop.
Needs to stop. Oh, look, my video came up in the at the end of that one as a suggestion. Wow, it just gets better every time you watch it, doesn't it? I mean, no, hey, goodbye. Crab Haskell says, do you think that's why he hasn't retired or stepped down yet? He knows he is toast and he's milking the last few months he has. Could be. Could be. Here's another little interesting nugget for you. Since we were talking about LIndsey Gaetani. Oh, first, we're still talking about Morrissey, so let's go here. Let's go here. I mean, this is crazy. Michael Morrissey apparently, maybe, in someone's opinion. I don't really know what Discord is because I don't use it. And so I really don't know what Discord is. And I just don't even like the name of it. And people are like, you should start a Discord. And I'm like, no, anything that is even called Discord is like something I don't need in my life because it sounds like, you know, conflict and it sounds like a terrible thing that I don't want. And this was posted, but this was an email that came out during, I guess, Michael Morrissey's phone dump. And Discord, apparently there was, according to LIndsey Gaetani and others, there was an Albert and McCabe family Discord group. I don't really know what that means or what that is. I guess it's a way for people to chat. And it's like, I don't know. I really don't know. But you guys probably know more than I do. And apparently, people were involved in this Discord group, like LIndsey Gaetani and Jennifer McCabe and Kate Peter and others. And this is an email. Hold on. I got to see if I can zoom in on this a little bit more. Wait a second. I want you to be able to read it because we like receipts. This came out in like one of those FOIA requests, I believe. Hang on. Yeah, it really can't go any bigger than this, but so you're just going to have to trust me, bro, on this one, okay? It says, it's an email from Michael Morrissey. This is Brandon Hunt is the guy who's in charge of the public record request, I guess, in Norfolk County. And so he's the one who sent this email to whoever requested this. And this was from Michael Morrissey on Friday, March 29th of 2024. So this is right before Karen Reed's first trial, to Margaret Krippendorf, who is, I believe she's one of the attorneys, or was at least, in the Norfolk DA's office. And it says, order on the motion to disqualify, and he's sending her a link that is from the Discord group. See that? Discord.com attachments. Was Michael Morrissey a member, a participant of the McCabe and Albert family Discord group? Why would he have an order on the motion to disqualify, because they were just trying to disqualify him, that he found in a Discord group that he is sending to somebody in his office? Okay. And then and that was posted, somebody posted that all the way back in August. And then the same person, not that Boston proper, posted this yesterday that says, here is irrefutable proof that the Discord document that Morrissey shared came directly from the Discord group trying to put Aidan in jail. Is he in there, or is somebody feeding him his own court documents? And so there it is. And there's the highlighted portion where it says the Discord group in it. And this purports to be, I think, participants in this Discord group. And it's got a whole bunch of names. Nobody really uses their real name. But one of the names is like Kate. There was a Biff Thunder Muffin in there who was a major troll on Twitter. I don't know if that person is still there. Kate Peters is in there, it says. Kate Peters. And it does say, I think, LG in there somewhere. Troll Homeo, who was another major troll, trolling me and others, trying to discredit us and say that, call us ugly and whatever, so that people wouldn't listen to us because, they didn't want to be found out. Was Michael Morrissey a member of that Discord group? LIndsey Gaetani has the receipts, and here it is. Here's one of the receipts anyway. Hold, please. Because LIndsey Gaetani is in possession of a voicemail, not a voicemail, a voice note. A voice note sent to her by another woman who really, really hates Aidan Kearney. Her name is Leigha Genduso. I think she was former MSP. Oh, and this is interesting because Lindsay commented on that post 5 hours ago, the one that we just read about the list of people in the Discord group. And she says, FYI, this list is not conclusive of everyone that was in the group. Actually, not even close. I believe these could just be the users that added me as a friend because I noticed quite a few big names are missing. Well, that's interesting. And so Lindsay's going to look and see if she's got the full list of everyone in that Discord group. And wow, just wow. So here is a voicemail, not a voicemail, a voice note that LIndsey Gaetani has published because she's telling us everything on Twitter. And she said, this was on the 9th. What did I say today was the 12th? Kate Peter loves to have people do her dirty work, putting Leigha Genduso on a spaces to run her mouth and lie her ass off about me because Kate knows that Leigha would become front and center. Little miss, I have a life and I have nothing to do with any of this. Leigha is cute talking about mental health when I have a copy of her note and she has dreams of murdering people. Totally normal. Well, here, we got to hear. Wait, we're going to listen to the voicemail or the voice note that Lindsay published. That just might be the smoking gun that Aidan Kearney needs to prove that he, in fact, was set up. Okay? And this is from Leigha Ann. And this is the voice note that she left for LIndsey Gaetani. It doesn't say the date, but just listen.
Lindsay, I just totally thought of something and I'm sorry, I haven't been on the job for 5 years, so sometimes it takes me like a little bit longer to process stuff in my head and recall stuff, but I would highly recommend.
I have to slow this down because I think you have to speed it up. I want to slow it down to regular speed, so just let me do that for you so we can listen to it at its regular speed. She hadn't been on the job in 5 years, meaning She was no longer with the MSP.
You going and talking to Joe Mello tomorrow, because if you become a witness, he can't do shit to you.
First of all, she calls him Joe Mello, but we know it's Ken Mello. So listen, this is the bump. Another bump. This is another bump. Lindsey, you got to go talk to Mello. You got to go talk to Mello, because if you do, it makes you a witness. And then he, meaning Turtle Boy, can't do anything about you. And so you'll be a witness in the cases against the McCabes and Alberts. This is further proof that Lindsey is a witness. They wanted to make her a witness in the case involving the McCabes and Alberts for Aidan. Okay, here we go.
Recommend you going and talking to Joe Mello tomorrow, because if you become a witness, he can't do shit to you, because then that's intimidation of a witness. So there's no revenge porn. There's no contacting you. There's literally no speaking of you. There's nothing. And they could reiterate it in the discretionary stuff when it comes to the standards of the witness and the application for everything to be done by a judge, where he can't even mention your name. He can't talk about your kids. He can't dox you. Oh my God. This is like, I didn't even think of this, but by you calling Mello and having potential like information to help that case and then putting you as a witness, that gives you like the perfect thing to not have to worry about any of this, because he'll be more scared he's going to go to jail.
Wow.
Lindsey, I just totally thought of something.
There you go. Kraken Studio says this is quite literally the definition of a conspiracy with a setup on behalf of the district attorney's office and the minions with the MSP. Yep. And she's got all the receipts. Olivia says the Commonwealth is probably going to try to dismiss this whole audio by claiming some bogus technicality like Leah said Joe Mello. But then she did say Ken Mello, didn't she? She did say Mello. We don't know who Joe Mello is, LOL. But yeah, I mean, are you already drafting the papers, Olivia? You're going to hyperlink this? I mean, if you had any doubt, the other thing that Lindsey is pointing out is that when they released her total phone extraction, Lindsey says it was a distraction from other people. And we see that a lot. They try and distract you from like, oh, forget about Proctor's phone. Look over here. Karen recorded, Turtle Boy recorded Karen. Look over here. Don't look at Proctor's phone extraction. Look over here. Look what Turtle Boy did. Right? So when they released Lindsey's total phone extraction, she says they only deleted certain things that would incriminate Kate Peter and Brian Tully. They didn't, delete stuff that would hurt Lindsey or her family or her children and her privacy. And this is one of the things that, Olivia, correct me if I'm wrong, this is one of the things that they deleted because in one of the Bettero letters, they pointed this out, that there was a voice note that had been deleted from the total phone extraction. And Lindsey still has it. They used her too. They did. They 100% used her. And when she was no good to them anymore, they threw her in the trash. They threw her in the trash. Right? They used the grand jury subpoena as a bump because they knew what Aidan's triggers were. And they knew that Lindsey would want to talk to him about it. And they knew that he would want to meet with her to talk about it. And they got him in the house and then they could make shit up. Yep. It was Bettero's letter from September 12th of 2024, where it was pointed out that there was this voice note that was mysteriously missing and they wanted it. And now Lindsey has provided it to the world. It is like whack-a-mole. I know, it's like whack-a-troll. We call it whack-a-troll. Thoughts, questions, comments, concerns. We've been here for 4.5 hours and it feels like it was just 10 minutes, doesn't it? And Boston Brandy's like, I hate getting my hopes up. Every time we get major proof against the government and somehow, some way they get around it. Well, here's the thing, girl. Keep screaming. Keep screaming. They're trying to scare us away. All right. You, me, Olivia. I mean, they can post all they want about, how they think I look and whatever. They try and disparage me personally. It's ad hominem bullshit. And they do it to me. I don't know if they do it to you, Boston Brandy, but they do it to Olivia. And I see it and you all see it. And it's just to distract. Come on. They're going down. They're going down. How could they not? How could they not? Everyone is, you guys are the eyes of the world and you're here and you're listening. Go ahead. Disparage me all you want. I don't give a shit. I'm too old to care. I don't care. I don't care. But that's what they're trying to do. Like, oh, let's just be really mean to them and then they'll shut up. No, we won't. We won't. Gaetani, like a wrecking ball. She came in like a wrecking ball. 100%. Some information here that I have received. Thank you very much to Zoe. I have to vet this, but apparently Kathleen M. Prince, her certification status may be restricted right now. I'm not sure what that means. Says an officer who is not currently affiliated with a recognized law enforcement agency and does not meet the criteria for expired status is restricted on the Post website. When did that change? I don't know. I don't know. Boston Brandy's like, I blocked so many. I remain focused. This is a serious safety issue. It's not funny. I hate all of these snakes. Here's the thing too. That's why I don't do it. And that's why I don't engage on Twitter. But here's the thing. And they laugh at me when I say this, but it is becoming a safety issue for many of us, right? And so the laws are such that when it becomes a safety issue, these people, even though they hide behind fake names, they think that nobody can find out who they are. They think that, there's no way to find out who they are, but there are ways to find out who they are. And they can be the subject of, some things that they might not want to happen to them. So make sure that you are documenting everything, just like Olivia is, and just like I am, and make sure that you have a copy and make sure that you have people who have copies. And listen, I mean, I'm not going to say too much because I don't want to say too much because I don't want to give him a hint, but it's hilarious to me. We will never shut up, says Denise. I mean, I just throw like the breadcrumbs out there and it's like reeling in fish. It's like, they just come right to it. Just come right to it. Mikazi G says, let me catch someone disparaging Melanie and T-Rex arms on a public way will be the least of your problems. Thank you. And look, Boston Brandy's like receipts and suitcases, Alessi style. Right. They think that they're going to shut us up by saying that we're ugly. And really, I mean, have you seen what these people look like? Have you seen it? Yeah. I mean, it's disgusting, but whatever. When you got nothing, you got nothing. Lainey says, I'm behind you 100% along with Samantha Benigno for examining all this until justice is finally achieved. Thank you. Thank you for your 10, Lainey G. I love you with all of my heart. And Coco says, Melanie, my BFF is the one that sang the Paris Ray and the Crutch song to you outside the Wilbur. That's awesome. I remember that. We had such a fun night. Wasn't that such a fun night? It was a lot of fun. Shine on your crazy diamond says, Mel, I'm behind. I just found the name Trooper Prince in the internal investigation of Stoughton PD into the unattended death of Sandra Birchmore. I can send you the report as a PDF. Thank you. Please do that. We'll cover that tomorrow because if Kathleen Prince was also involved in Sandra Birchmore, wouldn't that make sense that they wanted to get rid of her? I hope she's being protected somewhere. Kathleen, we're here for you. We're here for you. Zoe says Michael Proctor and Kelly Dever are also listed as restricted status. Yes, Kraken Studio. Yes, that's a great comment. Kraken says, FYI, the number one way to know that you have a high emotional IQ is you're able to spot patterns of behavior and still hold empathy for bad actors. Bottom line, we are smarter than the trolls. I know, right? Michael is an RN and says, I am sorry. How can a PD not call for the investigation of one of their cops being found dead on the lawn of another one of their cops? This is maddening. I know. Listen, it's just, there's nothing normal about this. Lucy says, have you seen Canton High yearbook review that Turtle Boy did? No, I haven't had a chance to watch anything the past couple of days. I've been neck deep in work and family and things and stuff. But I do know that a lot of these officers went to Canton High together, right? Sleepwatcher says, Melanie, I just needed to send you something for doing this deep dive today. Lurker in South Dakota. Oh, thank you, Sleepwatcher, for your 10. I appreciate you so much. Shady Norfolk County DA says, thank you for all your hard work for all of us. Thank you on this for all of us. Thanks for being with me for 9 months. Shady Norfolk County DA's office. Ms. Mojo Horizon is here. She's married to Jim Morrison in my dreams. She's been here for 23 months. Peace, girl, peace. On top. Thank you for being on top of your super stickers. You're amazing. So what do you think? That girl's like, I hate being 4 hours late, girl. This was a good one. I think this was a good one. Tell that girl whether you thought this was a good show. We covered so much and it flew by. 4 hours, 40 minutes, like amateur time. But do you think, oh, you know what? Let's do a poll, okay? Let's do a poll. Hang on. I got to go to a different place to do a poll. Because sometimes when they doth protest too much, it's just like, the poll is going to be, do you think that Michael Proctor went to 34 Fairview on January 29th of 2022? And I guess it's just going to be, yes, no, don't know. Okay. Do you think, all right, it's do you think, but I'm just going to say, did Proctor go to 34 Fairview on 1/29/22? And this is your opinion, okay? Yes or no? Or I'll put not sure. That'll give you an out. There you go. The poll has started. Poll has started. Did Michael Proctor go to 34 Fairview on January 29th of 2022? Yes, no, not sure. Damn right he did, says Crushing Capacity. What kind of an investigator who's investigating a homicide? And he said this was the first homicide he ever investigated in his however many long career. First one ever. First one ever. He didn't go to the scene of the crime. Come on. Come on. He says he went to McCabe's. But, you know, they were having family meetings at 34 Fairview. He didn't type up his reports until April. Do you think he did those interviews at 34 Fairview? Or do you think they didn't want him in the house at 34 Fairview? They let Lank in the house, and good. And if he didn't do those interviews until 11:30, wait until we get his location data. Because apparently, maybe we can get his location data, or they can anyway, from the total phone extraction, if you don't need the actual physical phone to get it. So I want to know. And I know you do too. Give you a minute to put the poll in. He swears, as Michael Morrissey swears, that Michael Park did not go to 34 Fairview, and his text might indicate it. His location data might indicate it. Thank you, Craftastical. Love you and mods, Melanie. Thanks for all you do. Oh, thanks for being here from across the pond. Sammy says, been missing you, Mel. Glad you're back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back with a vengeance. Thank you. Olivia says, see my last chat. I got to go to it on my phone. Olivia says, I 100% believe Proctor went there on the 29th, and I believe that this might be a reason why Proctor deliberately sabotaged the Google geofence location data preservation. Right. Because it would have shown him in the area. That makes perfect sense. That makes perfect sense, right? Genius. Olivia, you're a genius. You're a genius. All right, here's the PDF about the Birchmore investigation. 60 pages long, girl. I'm going to have to read that later, but thank you for sending it to me. You're the greatest. Oh my God, we have so many things to cover. Justin Root, Sandra Birchmore, and all this stuff is connected, you guys. It's all connected. It's all connected. Think about it. Justin Root, assassinated by a bunch of Boston PD officers and one MSP trooper. He was shot 31 times when he was no longer a threat. assassinated. And all of those BPD officers were cleared by an investigation done by Trooper Proctor, Bukhenik, and Fanning. They were all cleared. Are all of these things connected? Are they all tied together? That was February of 2020. February of 2021, Sandra Birchmore is murdered by Matthew Farwell. She is pregnant with a baby who is not his, but she told him it was his. He was quickly cleared by Fanning, who used to be a Stoughton police officer, just like Matthew Farwell was. That's 2021. 2022, John O'Keefe is murdered. A Boston police officer is murdered on the lawn of another Boston police officer. 3 years in a row, cases where people were murdered, where cops are covering for other cops. Dagan Beckett said, this whole thing has taken over my life. On video, Boston Brandy, on video. Justin Root is on video, and then Farwell's on video in Sandra Birchmore's building. Like, you can't make this up. It's horrifying. And now, maybe Brian Walsh is going to walk free because of what Proctor did in his case, and maybe Miles King is going to walk free too. And think about all the people that are already sitting in prison that were convicted on Proctor. They're not even included in those 19 cases. Oh, and now I got some homework. I got to investigate all those other cases that were mentioned in the motion that have to do with Proctor, who are all getting copies of the phone extractions, because there's some cases in there that we haven't even looked into yet. Commonwealth is probably going to try to dismiss this whole. Oh, wait, I got to recover that, Olivia. Sorry. Oops. Right? Yeah, Samantha Benigno is here, and she says the same thing. Yep. Threatening my license and shit. Can't stop us. I will not be deterred. Thank you, Samantha Benigno. And guess who else called for my disbarment? Oh, plenty of them out there when I first started covering this case, telling people to make complaints against me. People who were posting things that they were making complaints against me, against the New York State Bar Association. People like Jennifer Koffendorfer, who came out and attacked me publicly, and believe me, I've got all the receipts. And other people hiding behind fake names. They're doing the same thing to Corey Hopkins, maybe not outwardly, but, you know, all of a sudden putting her bar license in the motion papers, trying to scare her, right? Doing it to Olivia, doing it to Boston Brandy. You know what? Strong women. Be afraid. Just be very afraid. That's all I can say. Because when all of us get together to come after all of you, it's going to be a whole episode. It's going to be a whole episode. You can laugh all you want. You can clip this to Kingdom Come. You can post videos of me all you want on Twitter. You're obsessed with me. You're obsessed with me. And you know who you are. And Corey is here tonight too. So, how many do we need to have a class action? In federal court. Federal court don't play either. You know, and the defamation laws in New York are very, very, very strict. You know that, Samantha. I know that, Samantha. When people threaten your license and they make an account for no other purpose than to harass, people need to really investigate law in the state where they're harassing people. They just do. It's not my fault that they're stupid. Sammy says, just a hunch. If Proctor got the call but didn't leave his home to investigate until 10 a.m. or later, could it be because he was up all night helping at Fairview? Just the theory. I don't know. I don't know about that. I mean, I don't think so. But I think that he might have been. I really don't know. But I don't think he was there at 34 Fairview until. I mean, I do think he went there somewhere during the day. Because what kind of a crappy investigator would he be if he didn't? But I don't think he had anything to do with cleaning anything up. But I thank you for your 10. And you're certainly entitled to your theories and your opinions, as is everyone here. Prince was working with Fanning. Look at page 27. It says shine on your crazy diamond. Page 27. And this is the internal affairs report regarding Sandra Birchmore. I mean, I believe you. I just don't want to do a half-assed job covering this. Okay, it says here, page 27. I reached Lieutenant Fanning and he was briefed. He called me back after consulting with his chain of command and told me that Trooper Kathleen Prince would be reaching out to me to follow up on this allegation. I received a call from Trooper Prince on Tuesday, May 3rd, 2022 about this allegation. They hand-delivered an information packet to Trooper Prince at the Canton office of the Norfolk County DA's office. But when he says I don't know who that is. And so Trooper Prince was involved in this internal affairs investigation regarding Sandra Birchmore's case. In May of 2022, which was right after the murder of John O'Keefe, and right after, a couple months after she had interviewed Jennifer McCabe, did they need to get rid of Kathleen Prince because she knew too much about a lot of other things? Not just that, I don't know. There's more. Thank you, Sean, on your crazy diamond. I just don't have time to read it right now, but I promise I will. You guys are amazingly collaborative. All right, how many votes do we have? There's only 1,100 votes. There's over 5,500 in here. Quick, vote quick. Here's the poll. Did Proctor go to 34 Fairview on 129-22? Yes, no, or not sure. Right now, 77% of you say yes. Quinn says, so who's pulling Morrissey's puppet strings? Ah, that's such a great question, isn't it? We don't know. We don't know. It's kind of like the mafia, right? If the mafia existed, who's got stuff on Morrissey? I don't know. It's rhetorical. Steve says, going to say it again. Separated at birth. Low T, Kazi G, and Larry Bud Melman. Oh, yes, Larry Bud Melman. Yes, I remember him. Thank you, Larry. Leave the drama at the door. Says, I made it home in time to finish listening to you. See? Because we're this is no joke. This is no joke. This is not some 2-bit amateur operation where we quit after an hour, or we're almost 5 hours into this. And so thank you to the amazing moderators who, this is never, ever anything easy to cover. Tom Barnes said this earlier. The whole cover-up story started at 8:30 a.m. or 9 a.m. during the McAlbert and Higgins. And from Lally's statements here, Proctor and probably Good Lank were also at the mafia-like family meeting. Alicia Henderson said her Apple Health data was erased. I don't remember who we were talking about at the time you said that. Karen's? Once found not lost, as it could have been in jail intake notes from the night of the arrest. I think we did solve that mystery, and I think it was in the it's in the internal affairs report. And Proctor said he learned this page 7 internal affairs report 7/29/24. Trooper Proctor explained that while Ms. Reed was being processed at the state police barracks, he learned of Ms. Reed's medical issues. And it would be interesting if he said that to internal affairs, but his phone data says otherwise, right? Interesting, isn't it? I mean, just a little bit interesting to me. I find it fascinating. I find it fascinating that people have such huge egos that they think they're never going to get caught. And now that they've got that total phone extraction, the shit's going to hit the fan. Thank you, Catherine, for your Venmo. And I think I've got everybody so far. All right. Make sure you have notifications set. Make sure you smash the like button. Make sure you have notifications enabled on your phone, because we got a whole bunch more to cover on this tomorrow. And I don't know exactly what time yet, which is why you want to have your notifications set. I try and put it up the night before, but sometimes due to my schedule in the morning, I have to set it up within like an hour, like I did today, I think, right? But you're still here, and you ain't got no quit, and neither do I. So thank you to everyone. Oh, Gronk retired as a Patriot today. Do you like Gronk? I don't know anything about that, Mitchell. You can't hide this. No, you can't. Thanks, Leave the Drama Out the Door has been here for 5 months. I'm so happy. I think I finally fixed it. Little Cupcake pointing out, Sean McDonough said it early on. Brian Albert must have a book on who he has leverage over for favors and such. Makes sense. Scott McGinnis. Corey's doing the Lord's work too. Listen, it takes a village. It takes a village. It takes an army. And a lot of us in the army are strong women who are not going to shut the fuck up cakes. Sometimes we put those up in the corner because you guys are my cupcakes. All right, I'm going to go take a breath, maybe, hydrate and have something to eat. And I will see you guys tomorrow. So please smash it all on the way out. Share the video out, because a lot of people need to know about this. And many of you are new to this case with trial 2. Many are new to this case since trial 2. And so I'm glad to lay some knowledge on you today. And we had all the receipts. So it's not rumor, innuation, gossip, or speculation. Stay cool, stay kind, stay classy. I know you can do it. Thank you to the moderators. They make my life possible. And Samantha Benigno says, Brian Albert. Oops. Well, I can't see because it just went by. Oh, wait, I got to stop the poll. Hold on. I'll do that too. Let me stop the poll. Ending the poll. 1,397 votes. And 78% of you said yes, Proctor did go to 34 Fairview. 12% say no, and 10% say not sure. All right, you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. I just don't know what time yet, but have a great night and ruminate on this stuff for a while. Think about it. Let me know what you think, and we'll talk about more of this tomorrow because it ain't over till it's over. And Samantha's on tonight. Oh, Samantha, can I redirect to you? Hang on. I will do that for you. Hold, please. Do you have your redirection set up? We love Samantha. I was on Samantha's show. If you didn't watch that show, you should because it was a great show. All right, hold on. Hold on. Samantha, I don't see that you have it set that I can redirect to you. But anyway, I don't know what time you're on tonight, but everyone go watch Samantha at whatever time she's on tonight, which I don't know because I'm running out of gas here. All right, stay cool, stay kind, stay classy. I love you all. I'll see you in the chat at Samantha's house. I don't know what time it's going to be, but I will see you there. All right, peace out, everybody. Love you guys. Love you. Bye.